Hello and welcome to the world of Ravinia, where we will follow the tale of a group of college adventurers learning their trade in the classroom and real world at once. We find our band of would-be heroes as they near the end of their second month at the College of Champions, a school to train the next generation of adventurers. Join us as they continue on their investigations of a series of seemingly random crimes and whodunits that have taken place recently. Okay. So, welcome everybody. And so, just to recap where we left off, uh, the Saul and Zin broke off to go investigate Miss Von Hopper and gather intel on what Tobias had found. Uh, Following that, where basically it was discovered that she was basically making dresses and suits for everyone for the festival. The party investigated the literal party upstairs in the dorms, trying to track down the fake gem culprit, where Quark was able to sneak away and hide and watch Kurt basically go into his desk with a multitude of gems divided up into different bags and boxes, and had clearly handled something on Saul and at least a few other guests. You did also note that Sandra Angelo, the person accusing Clemis of providing alcohol to the dorms and trying to get him fired, was present at the party and actively engaging in drinking alcohol. From where we left off, I believe it was you guys had just left the party and slept in, and were just getting ready to figure out what your next steps were. Uh, so we are up to noon. What was the next plan?
Well, I think I at least was supposed to look into the gnome professor.
The other instructor, yeah.
Yeah, so.
Um, okay.
Well, we also need to report in that we think we found the source of the gems.
Okay.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
that's right.
So were you going to be reporting that to Lazar or Quincy or both? Lazar was the one who had mentioned it to Saul and Gargan, and Quincy had mentioned it to Zin and Drachii and Quark.
Would she be on duty?
I'm sorry, what was that?
They be on duty at the prayer hall today?
uh, Quincy would be on at the prayer hall, yes. You would actually most likely be able to find Quincy at the infirmary, especially if you're going midday.
Seems like our best op.
Well, how many of us are conscious first?
Well, we got up to noon, so I think all of you would be conscious, even possibly Pell.
Maybe. By noon, I'm probably just rolling out of bed, particularly if there was a party the night before.
All right, so you guys are going to check out the prayer hall, it'd be
Yeah.
Zin and Drachii and Quark, the three of you heading over to the infirmary to check with Quincy.
That sounds good.
Sounds
right.
good.
All right. So yeah, make your way over there. I'd say by noon, the three of you would have actually been awake already and be able to make it over there by noon. Going into the prayer hall and into the infirmary, as often as you see a few people getting treated for minor scrapes and other little things and being sent on their way, you do see Quincy looks to be stocking a cabinet in the back, possibly refilling potions of some kind, as you see him putting various vials away.
Hey there, might you have a moment for just to lend us your ear?
He quickly turns, just takes a second, immediately then recognizes the three of you from putting you on your task and goes, "Why, yes, and how might I be, what have you discovered?"
Well, we think we know where the gems have been coming from.
Very good, very good. Where?
Are you familiar with Kurt, the ever popular friend of all of the other students? We were at one of his parties last night, and let's just say, as I was trying to keep everybody in line, I managed to locate a rather substantial cache of gems, though I couldn't really evaluate whether they were real or otherwise.
Well, many of the students do come from good families. It's not inconceivable for them to have a vast quantity of gems.
Understood, but this was different. He seemed to be, I don't know, kind of doing other things other than hosting the party. Untoward things.
Such as, we need more than your word to go and investigate someone.
He seemed to be distributing, I guess you could say, fun-enhancing substances. A few that, while I did not partake, I did see the effect it was having on others.
Well, that is a very grievous manner. However, what does one have to do with the other? It is certainly something we will look into, but what does this have to do with the gems?
We don't have Soul with us, do we?
No.
Okay.
I am there though, right?
Yes.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure.
Well, I mean, from what I could tell, some of the payments might have been in gems, and if the gem's value was more than what he was selling for, he would be exchanging gems of lesser value, which may or may not have been real.
Okay.
As-
Saul, since you're back, would you have gone with them as well?
Gone where?
To the infirmary to check in with Quincy.
I don't think that really has much to do with me, though.
Okay.
Yeah, like I don't like if she was asked to come, Soul would definitely go, but otherwise, she would prioritize what she needs to do.
What if we said we kind of all stuck together for each of the meetings,
Okay.
and then we sort of like, instead of dividing up, we sort of went as a group, just to give more strength to our argument, you know?
Sure.
I'm certainly content to tag
And-
along.
And as I'm seeing the difficulties with this, I would say your key is Zagina. And I just kind of say from the back of the room.
I just kind of say what?
The key is Zagina.
Zagina.
Zagina, the one of the twins.
Ah.
That's your key. Because we not only did we see these shady dealings, the in and out of the gems, but we actively saw him switch a gem of his own for one of hers, without her permission. If she is your next victim, then you have your proof.
With that, he does pause for a second, and I can certainly go to speak to her today.
But you'll need to have
And-
somebody who can recognize the difference.
And he says, I can
We
certainly have
predict
Lazar
she's the
come
next
with me.
victim.
I can have Lazar come with me to identify, confirm that the gem is indeed a fake. If that is the case, we can definitely... You said Kurt, but Kurt was one of the victims, was he not?
Alibis in the book, if you ask me.
Perhaps.
Interesting. I shall meet up with Lazar, and the two of us shall go speak with Zagina. If she indeed does have a fake gem on her, we will go to investigate Kurt. Thank you again for your assistance, and I will let you know if anything does come of this information.
I'll make myself available if you need assistance in locating the gems.
Very good. Okay, so you've finished up there. Saul, can I get you to make an intelligence check for me?
Okay. Not the worst roll I could have gotten.
Oh, that's definitely reasonable.
How
There
are you
was
so
one-
smart?
There was one thing that got mentioned when you were speaking with Miss Fawnhopper, trying to gather information. And upon seeing her at the party last night, you remember that Miss Fawnhopper had mentioned Sandra, when you asked about Sandra, that she stated, before answering your question, she had stated it was so terrible, what the thing she said about poor Clemis.
I can reasonably assume that she has a grudge against Clemis for some reason.
Yes, and that she has voiced this to faculty.
Okay, well, I share that with the group. I don't exactly know why she might have a grudge against Clemis, but it's reason to suspect why she's so insistent on Clemis being the one at fault for the stuff.
So Gargan would say, I don't follow. Is Fawnhopper saying that Sandra's dislike of Clemis is unfounded? Or there's a motive for it? I didn't catch it all.
So if Clemis is so the exact words are, it's terrible things she has to say about poor Clemis. So a couple things to note. Poor Clemis is it puts him in the unjust victim situation. Like something's wrong that even Miss Fawnhopper can tell that it's not exactly on Clemis's fault, and there has to be something false about it because it's what Sandra says is very rude. And Sandra is very clearly, vehemently against him if she's saying these things in publicly to faculty. So then, how much credit can we give her claim that Clemis is at fault for all of this anyways? That's basically what's all leading to.
Right. Well, after what we witnessed last evening, I would have to say that statement has even more impact now.
Yeah, probably.
So who is it you next want to go check in with? Or look into?
Well, I need to mail a letter to Mom.
So you would have to go to the admin building and go see Miss Fawnhopper to get that mailed out.
Yep, that's fine.
Okay.
Just do whatever the party needs to until I need to go do my work with the repairing of Sybil's destructive tunnel.
Well, you're well past the door. You're actually doing maintenance and building new tunnels down there as well.
Well, then I'm taking it all in because I love that stuff.
I wonder if we should interrogate Sandra a little bit more about why she's so certain that it's was it Clemis, sorry. Why she's so certain it's him and why she's telling people that it is him.
But would we get anything concrete out of her? If she's actually slandering him, then what exactly is her purpose, and how much would she insist on it, regardless of what the truth is?
We could try and use the fact that she was at the party.
I think it's better to figure out like the people around her and see if we can get a story out of people who aren't her.
Yeah, well, the only other person that we know that put in the complaint is Lisbeth. We don't know anybody else that's put in a complaint against him.
But she might know why Sandra has a grudge against Clemis.
Okay. You have a connection with Lisbeth, and she kind of doesn't really like me or Quark, or she was just not wanting to talk to us. because we're kind of imposing. So if you have time, maybe. But I
Yeah,
know you have to look in on that other faculty member.
I can put this first. This is a bit of a crunch time situation now since we're closing in on the culprits.
All right, and at some point I have to go back to Wilda, talk about the electric beasts, and also get some study time with her on what's probably going to be comprehend languages.
I thought that wasn't until the 23rd.
I just keep forgetting what date it is. I just always want to make sure I'm not missing it.
It's like, I just want to double check. I think it actually was the 24th, but let me just double check.
Yeah, it's in like 2 days.
Okay, yeah. So as long as
24th. So it's the 21st right now.
okay.
So 3 days till then.
Yeah, so the combat crystal wouldn't be open, would it? Is it the 1st or the 10th that it's not open? I can never remember.
1st, 11th, 21st. So it's the every day that ends in a 1.
Okay, it's not open. All right. So I'd have to figure something else out.
All right. So are you going to go? So is the plan right now to go look for Lisbeth?
I think I'm going to find Lisbeth on my own because she's intimidated by, unless like Zin decides to come with me, Zin or Sybil, because she's intimidated by the men.
I don't know. Would Pell be able to like follow hidden?
I
I
doubt
don't
it.
think I don't think I qualify as intimidating at any point. But
you're a man.
well,
And-
male.
Oh, and Clemens is the one that actually talked to Pell first about all the accusations against him. So that's that's part of the reason I'm thinking maybe Pell goes as well.
Goal isn't like relevance. It's who can get the most information out of these people most efficiently.
Yeah, and I'm thinking Pell's probably the sneakiest. He might be able to follow behind and see if she goes to meet Sandra and listen in. After
I
talking
think it's
to
just
you.
better to follow Sandra around. Like, actually, why haven't we put someone on following these people around?
Because most of us are not stealthy. That's probably why.
Well, I can go follow somebody else. Who else are we keeping an eye on? I've missed the last couple sessions.
So right now there seems to be a desire to follow Sandra, the cleric from the senior class. Some people want to go follow around and see what happens with Lisbeth, the druid from the third years. And those really are and then Sol has her own thing going on after that.
Okay, well, if y'all are concerned that I'll spook Sandra, I can keep tabs on Lisbeth anyway.
It was the other way.
Okay, well, that works too.
So yeah, and Sandra, you would know from having seen her at a number of Kurt's parties. So,
would Sandra be at the prayer hall or the infirmary? Maybe. Can I do a check to see? Because she is a cleric, right?
She is a cleric. Yeah, you can make a perception check, see if you notice if she's in there.
Well, probably not.
Yeah, it doesn't look to be.
Yeah, it's like, I got a 13. That's not going to work. All right. But we were told that she's usually around the mess hall around 3 p.m.
Yes, which is an hour from now. So if you did plan to go the mess hall for around then, Derek, if you had gone basically when they went to do with all this and had decided on that, you could have started your work to get your thing out of the way.
I would probably definitely go with Pell to the mess hall around 3 so I can point her out.
Yep.
I like the mess hall.
I mean, after I get my letter delivered, I wouldn't mind following the druid.
Okay.
Yeah, you're a little sneakier than we are.
All right. So,
It's the one thing I am good at.
Quark, yeah, if you want to go drop off your letter, is that in your inventory right now, or?
Yeah, it's in my inventory. Should be right at the bottom.
Yep. Just making sure I don't accidentally delete it this time. There we go. Just saving a story note for myself, and that'll get delivered later this week.
Does it cost anything, or? I mean, I'm sure it is for courier fees.
Yeah, they'll just take it out of your stipend.
Okay.
Unless you want to pay the 3 copper in advance.
I mean, either way, take it out of my stipend. That's going to be a lot of extra coin that I get for the stipend.
All right,
in terms
so
of coin, like numerical amounts of coin.
Okay, yeah, so I just pulled that from your copper on your sheet.
Okay.
All right. So on to the mess hall. It's 3 o'clock. Go.
I guess I'll roll a perception check to see if she's there.
Yep, and if Hell's looking with you, I'll let you roll with advantage.
Okay.
I'll come.
Okay, I probably gave him a brief description of what she looks like. Oh god, I still don't see her.
You can't make sight of her. Hell, do you just want to make a look check on your own?
Sure.
Because this is someone you have met before. Now, mind you, many drunken stupors since then and in between.
I think I might gift one of my Trovis decoctions to Andrake when he's looking for people.
All right. That
Yeah, with my rolls today.
That will be good enough to spot her. She is fairly noticeable with her group of seniors.
That's right over there, right?
Keeping to their table off to the side of the room.
I'll probably glance over. Aye, that'd be her. Because I probably notice her if he points her out.
Yep. So, Pell, if you're going to basically wait out off to the side and just try and wait for them to leave.
About to say, how many people are in here at the moment? Is it particularly busy?
It's about there's about 300 people in here right now.
That sounds like a big enough crowd to disappear into.
Oh,
Okay.
I would probably suggest maybe why don't we just get a bite to eat before and just wait it out. Keep an eye on her. Act like we're there to eat, like normal.
Yep. That'll just be your stealth when you eventually go to leave, though.
Yeah.
So yeah, you guys can get your meal break in there.
Because I don't really have a lot else to do today.
Do I know approximately where my charge is?
Lisbeth, you don't see her. The most common place your group has encountered Lisbeth has been either in the mess hall or at the Druid Circle north of the campus. So if you want to make a perception check to see if you spot her in the mess hall.
Oh, come on!
Maybe you should have
Blue
taken one.
perception roll today.
I love that it looked like it was settling on the 19 and then rolled off to the 1.
Apparently, lunch caught his eye more than anything.
Well, that happens with Quark.
Well, after a night of drinking.
No, actually, you didn't actually drink anything, did you, Quark?
I think he had
I had one drink.
You had one drink. Gargan's the only one who actually completely abstained.
What's the fun in abstaining?
Right?
All right.
Well, then afterwards, I will go for a leisurely jog out to the Druid Circle.
A jog, or are you stealthily approaching it?
Well, once I get close enough to it, I will stealth up to it. But
Make a stealth check just before you approach.
apparently, I
she
stepped
is
on a
there.
branch.
She is there, but she is apparently just incredibly distracted right now. God, perception is so garbage. So yes, you do see her, and she is just there sitting in meditation right now. Hell, if you do notice when Sandra leaves.
You said I do, or do I need to
You
check?
do.
Like,
Yeah, let's just roll one more perception check for you to see if you happen to notice instead of being distracted by food.
Would he get advantage because we both would be keeping an eye for that?
Yes, if you're giving him a reminder, so roll the second time, we'll get whatever scores higher.
Yeah.
You know what? I'm still gonna say it's enough because you would have at least been actively watching, waiting to give him basically a
I
nudge
assumed
when
we
you
were
got-
sitting in such a way that we were facing her table anyway. So
Yeah, like
Well,
to be
yeah.
able to
in our field of view.
still be able to see her, but not look like we're looking at her.
Yeah,
Because that might
it's
end
more
badly.
just giving you a nudge at that point, going, okay, now there they go. And you already made your stealth, so you're staying specifically with Angela. You're on Lisbeth. Lisbeth stays there for about another half hour before she eventually gets up to leave and venture back to the campus. Once there, she goes into the utility building, continuing to follow her, Quark.
Yep.
She makes her way up to the quartermaster and looks to just be picking up some stuff.
Okay. I'll keep a
low profile eye, okay?
Mhm.
Hell, as Angela's group leaves, they do stay with each other for a while before you see her eventually dart off and break off from the pack and go off slightly into the woods, off from the druid circle, not quite to it.
Okay.
Make a perception check.
Another one of these. Hmm.
Where'd that dice go? Oh. All right. Apparently you are close enough to actually hear, and you hear her after casting, hold a hand to her face and just speak out the following. Brother, the time is almost ready for you to be able to take your rightful place as a faculty member at this campus. The family name will be restored, and you shall be the rightful heir in charge of the dorms. I love you and speak to you soon.
Do I know anything about her having a brother? Like this is this common knowledge?
You know, I don't think you would pay enough attention to care.
Okay. Yeah, probably not. Okay. Well, does she rejoin her friends in the Druid Circle proper then, or go someplace
Nope.
else?
After that, she cuts back towards the campus and makes her way off to the skills building for class.
Okay. Do I have any classes over there today?
Let me figure out what classes you actually have.
Okay, I'm trying to get my list back up here too.
You
Isn't the first a free day? There's actually classes running?
there's actually classes. Potentially, it's the building's open.
Oh. So you can just practice, I guess.
Yeah, it'd be unsupervised, or just with whoever happens to be there.
Study hall.
Your persuasion class would be in today if you wanted to attend it.
Is that anywhere close enough to where she's going to give me a good reason to continue to follow her, or is that like a different classroom?
You know where the building, you know where you cut down the hall, and she cuts up another flight of stairs from where your class would be.
Yeah, I don't know that I want to lose that kind of sight of her. I'll just stay quiet and
Okay.
avoid her.
Yep, you see her go off, and she goes into her religion class.
Oh yeah, I have no reason to follow her there.
Everything good, Drac?
Yeah. Something updated it. Caused me to log out of everything, so I'm coming back in.
Okay. All right, so are you waiting for her outside of the class, or just heading back?
How long do these classes normally take? Like, I've got time to at least go and...
It's at least an hour.
Okay, yeah. Then I'll take that opportunity of knowing where she is to go back and update the rest of the crew on her sending spell, or whatever the message was. She cast some mumbo-jumbo magic and talked to someone she addressed as brother. Apparently she's scheming to get him back into his, air quotes, rightful place as leader of the dorms or something to that extent.
Okay, meeting back up with everybody. Quark, following Lizbeth, once she left the Druid Circle, she made her way to the quartermaster. If you kept following her from there, she then went to the mess hall to grab a meal.
I'll grab a snack as well.
All right.
I guess I'm still sitting in there because I didn't say I left, so...
Yeah, so yeah, Quark comes...
That's been our usual meetup spot anyway.
I think. Let me double check. I think that might be true. Yes, your passive would have noticed Quark. Coming in the door, so if you want to wave to him when he comes in.
Would he be able to notice me, though? Without me having to wave to try and give him away?
Well, if he's focused on Lizbeth, he wouldn't really be looking at you.
Okay. I'd probably just stand up and kind of like wave at him a little bit. Would Lisbeth notice this?
Make a perception check, but I think it would be safe to say when you see that, you know something has gone awry with your original plans.
I do a quick check over myself to see if I'm like dragging something that was making noise or something.
You don't notice anything dragging per se, but you do notice that your one boot has been untied this whole time, and you thought you were walking funny, and you realize you've probably been clomping a bit here and there.
So yeah, crouch down, tie that up.
All right, make your way over to the table.
I've been keeping an eye on Lisbeth. Nothing weird so far.
That's good.
Does this mean I should approach her?
Sure, you can. One thing before that, Derek, can I get you to roll your daily Mason's check?
Sure, and then I'm gonna have to pop back out because apparently my regular dice did not pop up anywhere. If I need to use a regular dice, oh, that sucks. It's just an off day for dice, apparently. So maybe I have a terrible hangover. We'll go with that.
It's always my excuse.
That's
Yeah,
literally
sure.
why I haven't talked.
Because you're always hungover.
After trying
Also
to
true.
drink an orc.
Hey,
For,
I
like-
did outdrink the orc, and I did outdrink Pell. Both of them were out before I was out.
For like a solid 4 hours almost.
Derek, you could outdrink a keg.
Well, we did polish off a few of the kegs in that room.
Okay. All right.
I don't envy the, I know he's up to some illicit stuff at the party house. I don't envy him after the night of drinking of me and the orc.
All right. So that'll take care of that check. I won't have to remember it later. So Saul, if you want to go check in with Lisbeth.
Yeah.
Okay, so you make your way over to her in the mess hall, and are you going to go approach her directly, or
I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna walk past her, do a double take, and then say a wave at high and approach her.
okay? You can see she's a little startled at first for a second, and then basically connecting the dots, remembering who you were, and just goes, "Oh, hello. It's lovely to see you again. And she just looks at her fellow table mates and party members and goes, what can I do for you?"
Hey, I just wanted to talk to you a little bit about what happened at the party last night. Wasn't it great? I actually have something I want to tell you a little bit more privately.
And you see she just looks at her party and goes, I will check, and just grabs your hand and just starts dragging you away, like just hyperventilating almost as she's dragging you. And just goes, I don't really let them know about what I do at Kurtz.
You can just tell them that you drink. It's just alcohol.
And you could see her just nodding like, oh, I could try that. What did you have to say?
So, I have to ask you, did you, when you said that you took someone home, was that person ever Kurt?
Oh, no.
Do you know can you name the people you've taken home?
And you just see her pause for a second and just well, there
seeing her
was
Sorry, I was just like seeing her hesitation. I was gonna be like, I would have Soul be as charming as possible, trying to convince her to trust in Soul.
she does. She's actively thinking now. It's there was Boris and Boris, Odad, Salamis, and Rutger. Oh, and Tristan. I think I might be forgetting
All right.
someone.
Okay. So of those names, can I identify who might have been associated with Kurt?
None of the ones she named are ones that you remember from the party last night. And none of them are ones that you've actually, Boris's name would be familiar to you, but not from anything this. It was one of the names on the list from Miss Faunhopper. With the clothing prices.
Okay. All right. So I tell Lizbeth, thanks for that. This will help me look into some people. There's also one more thing I need to know. Do you have any idea why Sandra might be so... Well, why she might hate Curtis?
Clemis?
Clemis, Semis. Sorry. My wrong name.
Oh no. She's never stated that she disliked him. Just that she knew that he has access, and not many people do.
Sandra have any connections to the faculty?
She does train quite regularly with Sir Granger and serves diligently at the prayer hall. I know she has active dealings that she's had to do in such a role with Quincy and I believe Dwin.
She do with Quincy and Dwin?
Well, Quincy is usually one of the most active figures at the prayer hall, especially at the infirmary, to assist and answer questions, and he is always willing to assist anytime anyone is in need. Beyond that, I don't actually remember who her direct head of the cleric's order that she's with is. At least not offhand. I wish I could be of more help.
Let's see. Sorry, guys, out of character. What am I forgetting? Something that we discussed. We need to mention. I feel like I am.
Not that I can think of. It's more
I don't
about
believe so.
finding out her connection between her and Kurt as well, because her piety of following the rules is kind of hypocritical if she's at one of Kurt's parties being drunk or stoned.
Yes. Okay. That's what I was forgetting. How does Sandra know Kurt, anyways?
Well, most people know Kurt. Last year, he certainly made a name for himself as a freshman, as someone who was able to acquire things. And with this year advancing in his ranking, was granted a larger room after the. And you can see she gets a little bit of a sad look after the thinning.
The thinning?
First test that many of the students refer to as the cleansing or the thinning of the herd, where anywhere from 25 to 35% of the students are kicked out of the school.
Okay. Is Sandra close with anyone other than the people you mentioned? The Quincy, Dwin, and Granger.
Certainly, Quincy, she certainly is fairly close with, as is any and all that frequent the infirmary for part of their studies. Oh, that was it. Lady Jessa. That is the head of the senior clerics, who she reports to, Jessa Wilborn.
Wait, okay, hold on. That name sounds familiar. Jessa Wilborn?
I don't think you would have heard it yet.
No,
I've
I
heard
feel
it.
like wasn't she that wife of the one that with the golden wedding dress we almost stole?
Oh no, that was Wilda.
Wilda, okay, yeah.
That's who Gargan's been dealing with most of the time recently.
Yeah, alright, so the name doesn't mean anything to me. But I take note of it. Alright, thank you so much for your time, Lisbeth. We found some clues, but but for sake of keeping all this confidential, I can't tell you exactly what's going on yet. But you'll be the first to know once we're sure what's going on.
Why, thank you. Have a good day, and many blessings. And she heads back in. So, Kel, you met back up with the group, right, in the mess hall?
Mhm.
And you shared what you knew?
Yep.
I believe, yeah.
Somebody's scheming to get her brother back in charge of the dorms. Or at least someone she addressed as brother.
Okay. Sola, are you meeting back up with us too after, or you going
Yeah,
to go?
definitely.
Okay.
And I definitely explain all this stuff. Sorry, I thought I think that was obvious in my head, and then I just didn't say it.
So do you think we still need to keep tabs on her?
I would probably say that it probably be a good idea, personally.
Okay. Who would have been basically taking the notes of everything and trying to figure out what's been going on here actively?
Like
I take
Gargan.
notes.
That sounds
I
like
was,
Gargan.
yeah, I was gonna say it was either Gargan, but I thought all of us would kind of take notes and cross-reference.
Yeah. I meant more so character-wise.
I mean, I have been from the point of view of Quark, but
Okay.
Soulwolf kept mental notes, but she wouldn't have written anything down.
Okay.
So no paper trail.
Yeah.
Could Cassandra was one of the ones that she was one that had the failure of the resurrection spell, correct?
Yeah.
Could that have been a ploy? Could she have gotten a fake stone from someone and tried to use it in order to try and say that someone must have broken into her room and swapped out the stone in order to blame Clemis? Based on all the information that we have.
I mean, that's one theory that you could work from.
It's because I'm really suspicious about the way she would talk about people who don't follow the rules. And she was at a party that is clearly in violation of said rules.
Okay.
And if we truly believe that Kurt is the one swapping out real stones for fake ones,
Gargan or Derark? I'm gonna have both of you make an intelligence check.
Oh, Gargan definitely gets it.
Okay, Gargan. While you can appreciate the theory that Derark has put forward,
that would be Andrake that put that forward.
oh, sorry. Yeah, sorry. That's why I was having Derek. I thought that was you speaking. Okay. Basically, it seems like it's more complicated as the three things you look for in a crime means motive and opportunity. 4, in regards to Clemis, a means has been presented already for Sandra. Opportunity had been presented. The only thing you didn't have was motive, which you now have.
Well, go through that again. And to answer your earlier question, actually, it fits with the 20 I rolled. I was going to chime in that Gargan probably would have been the character most likely to actually take notes as all this was going on.
Yeah. So, in regard to Sandra being involved with the Clemis thing,
right.
The only thing that you didn't have you didn't know why she would have done this. You had figured out that she's clearly been manipulating people into this. So she had a means. She clearly had the opportunity to try and voice it because Ms. Fawnhopper had mentioned that she had repeated to the staff. The only thing you didn't have was a motive. With what was overheard in the woods, you now have motive as to why she would have.
Right. Right. And were you suggesting that the 20 also sort of would steer away that she would go to the lengths of almost killing somebody to show it? Because the other possibility is that she was just simply a victim of the stealing, and the gem thing is unrelated to the issue with Clemens.
Yeah, it seems if you believe that she was truly that vile and evil of a human being, then it's possible, not plausible, but it seems like it's far simpler, and if the simplest answer is often the most accurate.
Sure.
That she's just doing this out of her own personal reasons. And just happened to, by being there at Kurt's, fall victim as many others did.
Okay, yeah, that was my sense. All right, so I kind of share these thoughts with the party, and sort of, as we try to sort of sort out these things so they don't go off into too many far tributaries. Sounds like we have the issue with Sandra, which with the means, opportunity, and motive regarding Clemens, and then we have Kurt that we feel strongly is responsible for the gem issue, but unlikely to be working directly with Sandra on this. They may be just each doing their own thing, with Kurt perhaps just acting simply out of greed. And then who else? I'm not sure what. Those were the main two things. I don't think we have other. Are there? And then, of course, as would those individuals that we're following. What's that?
Their sole thing, which is separate from that altogether.
Right, which is the three individuals that require additional attention, right?
Would any of us be able to help her with that?
And who are those again? Just so if we're putting this all if we're I could almost see Gargan pulling out a fresh sheet and trying to create a sheet that has some of this stuff distilled. And then there were the three adult people.
So the only one left that she was responsible for is Flynn Xanith, Xanith, the gnome rogue instructor for the junior year students, and the what is he? I wrote it down as what the profession would be instead of the actual item. The brewer's supplies trainer.
Right.
None of us have a class for that, do we?
No.
Right, and there were two others that had been sort of ruled out as not.
Well, one other had been ruled out by Saul, and the other one Tobias was checking on directly.
And
got ruled out via threesome.
Yes. Oh.
Right, they were three individuals of suspicion, right? I can't recall what we were suspicious of, but they were under suspicion. Maybe this is a good time to review that real fast.
It wasn't really discussed what the suspicion is. It's
okay.
To this point so far, Tobias has provided multiple lists of these small lists of people that he believes are doing something on the campus that is effectively trying to bring harm to the campus. It's the college itself or the students. And so far, every one of his leads has led nowhere.
Okay, these are all Tobias leads. Okay.
Effectively, a few of them just come across as borderline paranoid or just pretty much anything that he can't associate 100%. I know where this person was at all times and every time.
Okay.
He seems to question.
Right. And if I recall, Collingsworth was one of those, but we were able to dismiss that, right? Or
Collingsworth, he basically shrugged off himself. The
Right.
ones that were in question the first time, one was Gwyn.
Gwyn,
One
right? Okay,
was,
right. Yes,
one
Gwyn.
was Wilda's fiance, Umbert,
Humbert. Yes. Okay.
and the other one was go back to
These have been officially rolled out.
the other one was the other one was Quim,
Okay.
which was the one who constantly disappeared from his assigned times when he was supposed to be doing things to go and make sure that the staff and the stables were properly taking care of his pony.
That's right. He was leaving to check on the pony. Yeah. Got it. And so Xanath is the only one left of the Tobias leads that hasn't been ruled out.
Correct.
Okay. All right. I think that ties up most of the loose ends, right?
Yep.
All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, it looks like the next thing is who do we go to next with any of this? I guess focusing on this Sandra thing is, I'm almost wondering if it'd be Fawn Harper to go to before going to Clemens directly. Saul, what do you think?
Figure out what exactly Sandra's been saying about Clemis.
Yeah, it's so I guess my thoughts are we now know why Sandra's doing this. But I'm almost having a sense that going to Fawnhopper first before Clemens to sort of alert about this might be a better way to start. You know, perhaps she has a way of more, use more discretion, I guess.
Well, we need
yeah.
to find somebody who knows who Sandra's brother is and why he's discredited.
True.
All right. Be right back in 5 seconds. Okay. Sorry about that. Just had to break up another fight.
What?
Oh, I just had to break up a fight upstairs.
Your wife fighting with the dog again?
Well, that'd be kind of hard. He passed back in April.
Oh, sorry.
No, the two cats are fighting again.
Gotcha. Sorry, I didn't know that.
No worries. Okay, so is the plan to go to Miss Fawnhopper then?
Yeah, it sounds like it, especially since we're trying to figure out what exactly Sandra's been saying.
Okay.
I was going to say, if Sandra's a hottie, then yes, we would go to Miss Hopper because she knows everything about all of the hotties on campus.
Do we want to keep tail on her?
Well, I think Pell was doing that.
Well, I didn't know if we were
Yeah.
going to keep Pell on
Until
there or not.
Hell was until she went to her religion class, and he decided he couldn't be anywhere near that for an hour, and came to meet up with you guys and check it.
So dropped it. Oh, awesome. All right.
Well, the idea was to come back and just check in with you guys and then go back and find her because she'd be there for at least an hour.
Yeah. So
But
yeah, if you
If we got distracted with that and I missed that, then okay.
yeah, I figure between having access once again to food and the discussion, you kind of lost track of time.
That happens. I can go find her
Um,
again.
You know where she'll be again tomorrow, probably at around 3 p.m.
Hell, I can wander the campus till I find her now.
Or you could do that, yeah.
Like, do we need to go find her again? I'll go find her again.
You know,
Yeah.
getting kind of late.
Saul, you do know that this late into the evening, access to the administrative building is closed as of 6, so you'd have to wait until tomorrow morning to check in with Miss Faunhopper.
Good.
So is the plan now to send Pell out to try and find Sandra randomly on the campus?
You know what? Can we try to follow both me and Pell try to find Sandra on our own? Because I'm actually pretty stealthy.
Sure. Get both of you to make separate perception checks. And let me know where you were looking around first. Whereabouts on the campus.
At this hour after class, if she wasn't around the food hall, I would be assuming classes are over and she's in wherever the social hangouts are.
Which would be
Be my
either
first
the
start.
mess hall or in the dorm. But being a senior, she's on a different level than your dorms are. And Soul, where were you looking around?
I actually have no idea where she would be, so I was just wandering the campus.
Okay.
Maybe the
totally
prayer
up to
hall.
luck.
Maybe the prayer hall. That's pretty much all I know about her right now.
I was gonna say she's looking up in the sky for her. La, 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 la.
Pretty much that's what I picture. It's at this point with that role. It's just like,
Good job.
I'm looking at the sky. I'm not looking around myself.
I'll hear her if she's talking.
Or if she accidentally walks into her. Oh, hi.
Yeah. So yeah, you guys wander around for a bit. Wander around for an hour and no sight of her. So it is possible she just is back in her dorm room already, or gone somewhere with her party.
Spend one more hour looking for her.
Sure. Give me another check. Are you just wandering around the campus again?
Wait, hold on. What are her most
looking for her?
What locations would she have been again?
Well, you know she left the skills building, or at least she was done her religion class at the skills building while you guys were talking. There's potentially she could have gone to the prayer hall. She could be at the dorms. She could literally just be somewhere on campus, meeting up with people randomly.
I'm gonna go last known location then. So I'll go to the religion and just check out the area nearby.
Okay, give me a perception check with disadvantage. And no, you don't happen to cross her by then.
How hard is it to get to these higher level dorm rooms? Like, I'm actually not that bad at cat burglary, breaking and entering.
Well, it depends. It's physically to get. You don't know like you know the dorms. There are these near infinite wall of windows, multi-tiered up, and your window opens out of your room, and you guys, even though you're all down one hallway, when you've opened your rooms, you're not even all on the same floor on the window you're looking out of.
I'm having trouble imagining that. What do you mean we're not on the same floor as the window we're looking out of?
It's spatial magic thing, basically.
Oh. Okay.
Think of the building like a bag of holding.
Yay.
The entrance to your floor and the entrance to your room are both essentially dimensional gates. So even though you appear to be on the same floor, you actually aren't.
Well, that's going to make locating her dorm room almost impossible.
Yeah, pretty much.
Fair enough. That's really the answer I was looking for.
Yeah,
Was, I've got.
And you know that your talisman gets you into your floor, but whenever you go into these parties, because Kurt's a sophomore, you had to have one of the sophomores open the portal to their floor and hold hands to drag people through to get them onto the floor that they don't belong on.
Okay. All right. Well, then at that point, it's probably best to assume that she's just gone back to her room, since we can't seem to find her anywhere else. She's probably in the one place we can't look.
Who requested us to find this? Was it a staff member or was it a student? I don't remember.
What was that?
Who was having us look into the gem thing originally? Was it a staff member or a
The
student?
gem was the staff. The gem were both Quincy from the prayer hall and Lazar from the Wizard's Tower were both running a joint investigation into this.
I wonder if we could convince them to give us access to those areas temporarily. Somehow.
I'll just have to steal her talisman tomorrow.
I guess there's always that.
You could try that.
It's my go-to solution. If you need a magic key, you just have to find someone who has it and take it from them.
And
It's
why
easy enough
ask
getting
when you
it away
can
from people.
steal?
Right, exactly. What's with all this permission stuff?
Okay. So is the plan then to try again tomorrow with checking with Miss Fawnhopper and trying to find Sandra to get her room key?
I mean, do we need her room key at that point? Like, we were just trying to keep tabs on her to see what she was up to. So unless there's a reason for me to get into her room or something,
Yeah, but
probably don't
like
even need it.
if you get into her room and then figure out which floor she is, which window is hers from the inside, you can probably sneak in from the outside, maybe.
Or
If you want to try that.
Or you can get in her room and try and find evidence.
I mean, I'm content to try to get into her room, particularly if she's going to be out of it all day tomorrow. I'll try to pinch the key early enough in the day to scope things out and put it back in her pocket before she tries to get back at home.
You'd probably
Take
have
note-
to get up.
Take note that it's the rooms are really weird, so something unexpected might happen that might get you in a lot of trouble.
I've been in trouble before. What's a lot
Okay.
of trouble? Is this more hand removal trouble or just like another scolding?
Could be both.
Could be expulsion.
Yeah, that too.
I'm a foreign exchange student. What are they going to do? Send me home?
Yeah.
This is a point of political pride for the most part, but worst case.
I think our best bet would just to be keep an eye on her until we get more information to risk going into stealing her key and going into a room.
Fair enough. Like I said, I'm not even 100% sure we would need it once we know where she is.
Yeah,
Point was
because
trying to
we
find her.
know essentially three locations that she's going to most likely be. And if one of us gets up early enough, especially one of us that's good at stealth, be able to follow her and get her kind of daily routine down. So someone would have to get up early. Which
Or
I'm guessing probably Soul, because she's the only one that is really good at stealth that doesn't need that long of a rest.
Okay, I'll follow her around then. I'll get up and see. Actually,
Okay.
yeah. So I can get up and like hide somewhere around the entrance, and then like keep an eye out for anyone who comes until I find Sandra and just follow her around all day like that.
Maybe go out and practice playing. Make it look like you're just up early just because you got inspired to play your instrument.
No, because then she'll notice when I stop playing. I could just pick up a book and pretend to read it.
Oh yeah, one of your risque books. I keep forgetting you have those.
I also have my my trap book.
Yeah,
Yeah.
which you've haven't read that in a while.
Yeah, so I can just read that, and then and also people are. It's gonna be noticeable that early in the morning when people start coming, and at that point I can stop focusing on the book and just pretend to be reading it.
True.
or we could find out more about her and just if we put two and two together, we could likely get the faculty to let us into her room.
Mm-hmm. Or well, Soul also needs to investigate that one last guy. But if we do that, try and investigate him on our end while she's tracking Sandra, it might help.
That'd be appreciated.
All right, so get your rest. 6 a.m. I don't know if that'd be how early you're getting up, but I'll jump ahead to then. What time did you plan to get up and be out there and looking or waiting, Saul?
First off, is there a curfew for a time you should be definitely not outside?
11 p.m. is the curfew to normally be in the dorms. But yes, 6. It's fine to be out and about by 6 a.m. There's plenty of the monks, clerics, druids, various ones that have certain practices of their faith to go about their daily routines starting at 6.
What I mean is curfew is usually a set time period, not just a time start. Because the guards are around at night, right? So what if someone very, very early in the morning is returning and with the guards spot them? At what point is it you should not be out and about by then?
Curfew is effectively enforced from 11 p.m. till 6 a.m.
Okay, then yeah, I'll probably be up by 5 and then get out a couple minutes before 6.
Okay.
I'd probably be getting up around that time because that's plenty of time for my rest then.
Okay.
I'd head to maybe the mess hall to see if I can see. What was the name of the faculty we're looking for?
Flynn, I think.
Hey, both of you talked at once. I don't know what you said.
It's Flynn Zenith.
Okay. Can I see if he maybe is on duty at the mess hall right now? Or does he normally not?
This is someone you've never encountered.
Oh, yeah. We don't have a description, do we?
I told them everything I could about Flynn.
Yeah, let me see what you actually had provided as details about Flynn.
He's a gnome, isn't he?
He's a gnome, always dressed in black. With scraggly black hair and an eye patch.
Well, the eye patch is a definite, something that stands out.
But
So
yeah, the eye patch would definitely work to find him.
then again, he is short, so it might be a little harder to see him in a big crowd if there's a lot of people in the mess hall right now. Or even on my way to the mess hall if I see him.
Okay.
I'm gonna roll a perception check if that's okay, or
Yep.
Okay. Come on, high roll. And that is not a high roll.
So yeah, you don't see anything going. You don't see.
The clouds are lovely today.
Guys,
You
really
want
like
me-
that guy.
Yeah, really? Do you want me to do another one for when I get to the mess hall, or are we just keeping it as one?
We'll just keep it at that for now.
Okay.
So you're waiting for Sandra to come out?
Yep.
Basically reading your book and just glancing over it to keep an eye on the door?
Yes. Yes, that's what I'm doing. I'm just actually I'm a little out of sight of, like, you know how there are angles that can work where it's easier to see in one direction than the other? Like when you look downstairs, you have a wider view of vision than you do from upstairs.
Yep.
Yeah, so like I'll look for an angle where I can sit, which gives me a good view of the door, but would not immediately have me in sight of anyone that comes out.
Okay. There's one or two trees that are set up still on the main lawn of the campus for shade that you could line up behind one, and give me a stealth check just to see how noticeable it would be from the door.
Okay. What is hey?
So by the time you get done setting up your little spot, it's where while you would have been nice and hidden, you've set up so widely around this thing that it's fairly noticeable a little bit. Not so much that you're watching the door, but definitely that you're there. Maybe not to someone just passing by quickly, but to anybody that's actually looking around, they'll might see you there. But it's not until 8 a.m. that you see her come out the door. And you see her just march on her way over towards the utility building.
Wait, hold on. Do we have a map of the campus again?
One sec. I'm not sure if I actually put that map up, although we do have local. Just the tower. Don't have a map. I'll put one up soon. Basically, if you're looking at the front lawn, to the left, there's at the far left edge of the campus, there is the skills building. Next to that is the dorms. Next to that is the melee crystal along the left side. Then along the back lawn of the building is the admin building and the utility building, which has the mess hall, quartermaster, stables in it. Along the right-hand side is the courtyard where the range training is, and then the prayer hall / infirmary, and then the wizard's tower. Almost built around like a horseshoe shape around the campus grounds.
Okay. How far would she have trouble spotting me? What distance would she have trouble spotting me? And is there like I forget, is she human, an elf, or
Yeah, he's human.
human? Okay.
So she can see a decent ways, considering it is now 8 a.m. The sun's up. It's not low light, but if you keep yourself at a distance, it's not impossible to stay more or less out of her sight. At least if you're trying to be stealthy about it.
Yeah, let's do that then. Should I make a separate stealth check since I'm now standing up?
Yeah,
and
now
stuff
that you're
and...
abandoning your camp by the tree, you can make another stealth check.
Okay. Well, at least this is slightly better. Please let her roll sucky perception.
Oh. Well, it's going to be off her passive, so that's the good news. For the most part. Okay. So yeah, you follow her up to the mess hall. In the mess hall, Gargan, you were
She was going
waiting
to the
in the mess
utility
hall, right?
Wait, I thought you said she was going to the utility building.
Yeah, that's the utility building is the mess hall, the quartermaster, and the stables. They're all in the same building.
And Drake, yeah, me. I'm the one that was
You're the
headed
one.
to the
Okay.
mess hall.
I
Nobody
knew
else.
I knew somebody got up like extra early to wait at the mess hall.
Yeah, I didn't. I was more looking for the faculty member, but if
Oh, okay.
would I be able to roll a perception and see if she walked in too? Or
Yeah, you could roll another perception to see if you notice her walking in. I'm going to say this would be, if you're actively watching the door at this point, it would be a DC 10 to notice her through the crowd.
okay, so let's just do perception. Let's see.
Okay.
Hey,
Yeah,
that's my first good roll.
you notice Sandra as she comes in, goes up, gets food, and goes back to the usual table that she's been seen at with her party.
Okay. Okay, and I'm guessing Soul's probably going to walk in shortly after.
And Soul will walk in shortly thereafter. On that perception, you will. Well, let's see here. She'd have cover through the crowd. Yeah, you'd still notice her more so standing out from her hair compared to the average student.
Well, you're talking about Soul, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I thought you were talking about Sandra. I was well, if it's her average table, I know exactly where that is. Seen her 3 times there now, so.
And Quark's on his daily routine.
I probably wave to Soul and motion her over and then point, or not physically point out, but mention where.
Head nod.
More say like, about 12 o'clock or something like that. Somewhere it sounds like a conversation and I'm not really motioning to give us away that we're staring at her.
Okay. So Saul, are you going, like, staying at a table nearby, like down the ways from Sandra's, or?
Where's Sandra from Andraka?
You guys normally are on the far, like when you come in, you would go to the right and go to the far, that's far end of the build of the mess hall. Usually is where your table is. Hers is on the left-hand side when you come in, right down that main way is where her group usually sits, about halfway down.
Do we have a good eye on that table? Or we'd have to be
Uh,
kind of staring at it through a crowd?
You'd be looking at it through a crowd. It is 8 a.m., so it's not overly busy. When you got there at 6, it starts to pick up usually at around 7, starts to thin out a little bit around 8, but you get some of the late stragglers that start coming in around then, and usually by about 9, most people are heading out to classes unless they are not going to classes until much later or have other plans for the day.
But with my perception, I'd be able to see if she gets up and leaves.
Yeah,
I
you'd be
just-
able to keep a track on her with that.
Would Soul be able to roll her perception with advantage because I'm able to point it out so clearly?
I'll say with a +2, not advantage.
Better than nothing if you want to try and see if you can see her.
It's not so much spotting her, should be able to spot her quick, but to be able to make sure that she's actively keeping a track on her.
Fair.
I would not go nearby Sandra then. I'd probably go near Andrekiai rather than
Okay.
follow Sandra.
Yep, okay, so yeah, if you can roll a perception check then with +2 just to see if you notice if she gets up. Or if you notice that she's no longer there at the table. Okay.
Finally, a good roll.
You're welcome.
All right. Yeah, about 9 a.m. then, she finishes her meal and she gets up to leave. Anyone else from the group that would have come in between 8 and 9? Just for breakfast in general.
I was going to say, do you want me to follow her from here? Take shifts? Or
Would Pell have been awake by then?
by 9 if we weren't doing anything last night? Maybe. Like, I'm usually showing up late for breakfast, but I tend to join the group by breakfast.
Yeah.
Just because we don't actually have her here, would Sybil know the instructor that we're looking for?
Sybil would know him.
Would she be in the mess hall with us at this point?
By 9? Yeah, she'd be in there by 9.
Because I would probably... She's the only rogue that we have in our party, really, that would have an idea of where he might frequent.
Oh, yeah, so that'd be more of a
Insight, right?
insight, yeah.
It didn't matter. She still got the same 19.
She would say that he's... He actually is one of the instructors who also runs sleight of hand classes.
Oh, that she's a part of, I guess.
Yes. And that she normally sees him on third day's afternoon in that class.
That's all we're getting.
So that'd be tomorrow afternoon, somewhere between noon and 5. He would normally be in the sleight of hand skills room for a while.
I'd probably turn to Soul and ask if she'd be able to get any information on his whereabouts from Miss Fawnhopper that would coincide with my classes, maybe. So it wouldn't look like I'm following him. It just looked like we're going in the same direction to a class. Or
Sleight of hand is one of my classes.
oh, there you go.
I can just go take it with her.
Yep.
Okay, then both of you tomorrow would be able to follow him. Unless we know for sure that he's in there today.
She is not usually in that class on the second days. She's usually in her actual rogue classes at that time. So
Yeah, and she has a different instructor for that. I know that.
yeah.
Where she would take her rogue class, is that anywhere near the melee crystal, maybe? Or is that closer to the prayer hall?
That is actually in the skills building.
Oh, okay. Sure. Is that anywhere on the same floor as any one of my classes?
What is it you're taking?
I think I have history, religion. I don't think I took medicine. I'm trying to remember what I took. I only took like 4 classes, I think it was, and spread the hours between them.
Consult your syllabus in your inventory.
Yes, that might actually be a better idea. Where is it? Oh, here's my schedule.
Yeah, the schedule. That would be
Oh yeah. Okay, so acrobatics, religion, persuasion, and history. And I also have range training in the courtyard.
yeah, everyone does. That's just they don't want people shooting arrows randomly around the campus, so you have to go to the courtyard to do any sort of range training.
Well, that's so fun. So, any of the acrobatic, any of those coincide with his class? Or at least be in the same building to see if I go there to see if he's there.
Well, yeah, it's if they're telling you what floor it's on, you would know. Well, not religion. I know that for sure. Not the acrobatics. Persuasion, actually. Your persuasion training. Or wait, was I on the right person?
Drake,
You are taking persuasion, right?
Yeah, I have persuasion. I have 3 hours, or what? Yeah, 3 hours in persuasion.
Oh, never mind. I was on the wrong person on my other tracker. That's why. Okay. Yeah.
That's another one of my classes.
Yeah. Persuasion would be on the same floor as the sleight of hand.
Okay, so if I see him there, it wouldn't be suspicious that I'm there if I'm going to a persuasion class.
No.
Okay, maybe I'll go to persuasion class and see if I can see him.
So that would be tomorrow afternoon.
I was going to
So-
see if I'd be able to go today to see if he has a class today.
Okay. Yeah, you could pop by your class and just see.
If he has a coinciding class.
Yeah, if he just happens to be in that room.
Right. And I'd probably go after we're done eating and.
Okay. So 10 a.m. you head over there.
Okay.
And you definitely don't see a guy with an eye patch in there running the class.
Okay.
But yeah, make your way into your class to get your time in. Anyone else doing anything with the day? Derek, if you're wondering, yes, the Melee Crystal is open today.
I was about to ask that too, because I would have probably went there to try and get more than a 1 in 5 at this point.
I'll go into the melee.
Okay, so in Drakia, you are. I don't know. You're only 1 in 1.
Really? I thought I fought 3 battles so far.
You had a bunch of fights that were not in the crystal, that were just fights with Quark fist to fist.
Oh yeah, that's true. I thought I fought Derek, and then I fought that mage, and I lost
Okay.
both those.
Oh,
And then I thought he had another. I thought he participated in one of our doubles.
Yeah,
Yeah,
the
let's see,
doubles. That's my only win that I have, I think.
With
I want to say I recall being a little upset at losing on him twice.
that doubles you only won because I was with you.
Yeah.
yeah. Sorry, you're 1 and 2 in the singles. I remember you lost twice, but you did win one. I know that.
Oh, I think that might have been like like my second fight after Derek.
Yeah.
Then. Okay, so it's different between doubles and that, because me and Zol called ourselves Healer's Delight, and didn't
Yeah.
heal anything.
Okay, so yeah, if a bunch of you are just going to the melee crystal otherwise today,
Yeah, I'll head there too.
okay, who all's going?
Alexandra?
Zen.
Wait, now this is
Oh
actually
yeah,
important.
you're following Sandra. So Sandra,
Okay.
you saw leave at 9, and she made her way over from there to the prayer hall.
Oh, it's just because we.
You cut out.
Nope, we're losing soul.
Yep.
Great, we're gonna have no soul.
All right. Well, that should be a minute before she comes. So, were you guys looking to do singles, doubles? What was the plan?
How many are going? 4 of us?
It sounded like Gerark and Drakei, Quark. Was anyone else going? I think Zin.
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, you could do.
I'd say see if there's a team, if there are like a full team battle we can do. If not, then we'll maybe split up into pairs.
Doubles or singles, yeah.
Just do
Whatever
pairs.
you've got ready for us.
Okay.
And if we do pairs, I would probably say me and Quark, and then Zin and Derek. Just because Zin and Derek are technically related.
Cousin.
Okay. Uh,
So they already kind of know how to fight together.
I mean, I fight good with Quark too. It's just Quark likes to kill everything before I can touch it.
Yeah, but if we're going in there with 2 healers, split up the healers is what I was thinking.
Yeah. I mean, Derek can heal himself if he ever remembers to.
It's fair. But if you don't have to and waste stuff, and we can just waste a spell slot, why not, right?
That's just one. It's just my second wind. It's one of my fighter abilities. So I don't remember when it regens. I have to look. Short or long rest. So short rest, it regens.
Oh, I thought it was after a long rest.
You must finish a short or long rest.
right. There is. Yeah, there's 2 pairs matches available.
Works for me.
Need the combat tracker up. Okay, so who's going first?
I might say Zin and Derek because they haven't really done much.
All right. So you 2 roll your initiative, and then I'll drag the combatants on here.
Yeah, that's Derek's luck right now. This is gonna be fun.
It's pretty much all of our luck. What are the odds? Do we know yet?
Let's see here. So
I got to see if there's even anybody I can place a bet with.
Yeah.
All right.
This one and I dropped Meehan is in there and wow, all horrible initiatives, but So yeah, and Drakei, you do spot the one guy who you've seen. Oh wow,
We normally see frequently the
the one
Belly
there
Crystal.
that usually, the one that you also saw the one time had switched out from his nice setup to a little kick table that he could kick and literally fold it up into a bag and disappear. But he's got his set up there again. So, oh god, I don't think the odds are going to be too great.
Yeah, because we have 2 undefeated people in there.
Well,
Yeah.
that too. I just realized that Mihen is 1-4 in the crystal, and the other guy has never fought in the crystal. All right.
So what you're telling us is that we're gonna kick their butts, and then we're gonna want to come back to the crystal again.
So yeah.
Well, I don't know. They could be like me and never learn their lesson, just constantly go back for a beating.
Well, there's
First
that.
up is the dwarf in studded leather armor with a short sword. Oh god, he's horrible. Does he have... Yeah, okay. Are you two both in the same armor?
I don't remember. Make sure you re-equipped your armor and your character sheet
Yeah.
because we've been swapping out that stuff because I had to re-equip all my stuff.
Yeah. Zin's chainmail and
I'm chainmail.
And you're chainmail. Okay.
I think 3 of us are in chainmail.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm in chainmail as well. Yeah.
Which is why I'm working on trying to get enough materials together to start working on fabricating chainmail. So I think we wanted to start researching how to make breastplate for Andrakei.
Yeah. Which would be very helpful, thank you.
Which I think got taken off my notes somehow.
Okay, and you both have shields, right?
I do.
I don't believe I do.
I thought you do, Zen. Look at it might be at the bottom of your...
Yeah, it's on her sheet. Okay.
I was going to say, it might have went down to the bottom of your sheet, or you might have put it in your chest in the...
All right, yeah, so both of you are... Yeah, they'll just... Eeny, meeny, miny, mo to see who they're going to attack. Because neither one of you looks like something easy to hit.
Though, what is the minimum bet?
With these two together, the odds are 1 to 20 on
that's
Zin and Dayark.
Yeah, I won't bet on myself on any type of odds like that.
So that is that a bad thing?
Yeah. It means you bet 20 gold, you get 1 gold if we win.
Yeah.
Oh.
So I'd have to bet like almost all my gold on you guys to even make it.
To even make it worth it. Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't realize how bad this match is most likely going to be fairly quick.
Okay, well, I'm going to abstain from betting in this round, and I'll maybe bet on me and Quark.
Okay, well...
Great, I'm a cleric with a gambling addiction. Look at this.
Oh. Well, maybe it will be an interesting match.
Huh.
Crit on Zin to start the fight.
Jesus.
12 points of damage. Slashing you across the guts. And that's all they can do.
Now, do I have to I need to understand the fighting styles better. Do I have to declare them, or how does that work?
I think if you picked up a fighting style as part of your leveling activity, you have to pick one.
Yeah, you have to have, you can have multiples, but you have to declare which one is active.
Well, I did pick the one. I just don't know how.
Yeah,
Oh, do I click the use power and then it's active the whole time I'm using it?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I'd say basically at the start of day, you would declare which type of fighting style you're using, and you can switch between them as a bonus action.
Oh, I didn't realize that I could switch them. I just thought I had to choose
Yeah,
one like
you right now
permanently.
you only have one, but once I think you get another fighting style later on, and you can then use those to swap.
Aha. Yeah, I just wasn't sure how that, because the one I have is protection, which basically puts anybody that's right next to me, all the attack rolls toward that person get disadvantage if they're within 5 feet of me.
Okay. No, they wouldn't be within 5 feet of you yet, but you could definitely set that up on your turn to make sure you two are staying together.
Gotcha. Okay.
Nihan is up. And since he's closer to you, he will definitely go to you first. And he will attempt to hit you with a trip attack. So just make his attack first. I see if he can even hit. Nope, that'll hit. So clips you for 5 around the knees, and so you need to make a strength saving throw.
Strength. Okay. I was trying to look that up. All right.
You are prone.
Ah, shit. This is turning out to be a very interesting combat.
Here we go. And yep, that'll be the end of his turn. Zin, you're up.
Okay. See if I can do any damage.
Which one were you trying to hit? The
The
dwarf or the dragonborn?
Dragonborn.
Okay, yeah. So you're moving over towards Derek then. All right. Yeah. So yeah, I think that hits. Where's his AC? Yeah. They both have horrible AC.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No problem. So yeah, you slash him across the chest, and he is definitely looking worse for wear. Anything else you're doing on your turn?
No.
Okay.
Can I do spells too with an action or no?
I believe you can still do a cantrip if you had it. That was a bonus action speed.
You could cast a regular spell if it was a bonus action to do. You can cast one slot, one spell leveled slot per turn.
Are any of your paladin abilities a bonus action, or no, not yet?
I don't know if they are or not.
Yeah, lay on hands is as an action.
So I was gonna do like
Uh,
I don't have healing word.
technically, you could do your smite.
Yeah, most of the smite spells are bonus actions, but they'll apply to your next attack. So at this point, you're pre-casting for next round, I think.
Yeah, I just wanted to see if
What is
there's
it?
anything I could do.
Oh no, you simply with divine smite you
The divine
extend it
smite is
when you
different.
hit. Yeah.
Yeah, you
So
can
you
just
could
add
use,
damage to the attack.
yeah, you could use your divine smite and simply add burn one of your first level spell slots and deal an extra 2d8 damage to him.
Yeah, I'll do it.
Okay.
So I just click it?
Yep.
There we go.
And then if you expand the little dragon head, you should see the effect.
Divine. Oh, so I just click the effect?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. And of course it's not going to roll it. So
So it's
just what is it? I'm trying to remember. It's
2d8.
so yeah, it's 2d8. Yep. Just roll 2d8 and I'll add the damage in.
So the fourth one in?
Oh no, literally just yeah, the fourth one in, grab it, and then right click so you have two of them.
Grab it, right click.
And then throw them in.
I didn't know how to do that. Thank you.
No problem. That will
Yeah.
drop him.
Any
That's twice as hard
Zen,
as you were hit with that crit. That's pretty good.
Zen, any
Yes.
any of the dice actually say what number they have on the front of them?
Yeah.
Like if you look at 20, 12, 10, 8, 6, 4, 100.
Okay.
All right. Derark, you up.
So I'm gonna stand close to the other one and hit him. Since she took care of the one in front of me.
Yeah. So you'll be able to stand from prone.
Yep.
And even let's see, half your movement. I think you can still reach him in this turn with half your movement gone. Yep.
If not, I would have used a crossbow. It don't matter either way.
Okay.
If I can close on him, I'd close on him with my warhammer. If I can't, then I'd be
Yeah.
crossbowing him
you
from my
can.
position.
You can. You can get within there.
All right. Why did that just launch like that? There we go.
Yeah, that I think will hit too. It's like I said, they are not exactly the most well defended. For 9.
And I will action surge. And if I action surge, I can take another hit, another attack, right? Am I understanding that ability correctly?
Yep. If you action surge, you get another attack action.
Okay. I'm gonna action surge, hit him
Or
again.
another action in general. That'll be another hit. You should see him on the combat tracker now, but he'll be unidentified creature because you don't have his name yet.
Gotcha.
Okay.
I will target him next round then.
Yep. And yeah, he's bashed in once in the shoulder and once in the knee, and he's looking a little banged up. He's up next. So yeah, he will cast Cure Wounds on himself.
What a bitch.
Well, his partner's already down and gone.
Just accept your feet.
It's a bonus action. Nope. So he's got. Is that? No, he's got nothing else. All right. That's his turn. So yeah, Mian's body dissipates into nothing, and Zin, you're up.
Perfect. Jesus, what did I just do?
You rolled damage instead of to hit.
Oh, oops.
So roll to hit first, then we know it's 23 then if you hit.
Damn it.
That, let me see, does that hit? That might. That hits.
Poof.
And yes, you just blaze through him and destroy him, and he vaporizes into nothing in the crystal. And the two of you are returned to your chambers.
Would this guy be seem like he's hurt when he comes out? Because I remember
No.
last time there was major damage, someone was actually hurt, so I'm just asking.
I'm gonna run
no,
up to Dark
no.
and do cousin belly bumps.
No, he comes out. He's a little pissed off because his partner, of course, amounted to pretty much nothing. But otherwise,
So no shock for taking a hit that's roughly double his hit point pool.
oh, that
Right.
wasn't double hit point pool. He had 33 hit points.
Okay.
Oh yeah,
He
they
had
decent
more hit
amount.
points than I had. He's just weakly armored.
Yes, he was the least. Well, he's a bard, so
Wow, that's a healthy bard.
How did I say? Yeah, that's a high level bard that just can't do well in combat against. Well, I guess he's going against 2 armored tanks.
Yeah, that's kind of fair. It's a little hard to when someone's got almost a 20 AC on their armor.
all right, yeah. So you will hear him basically cursing out Mian, who you are well familiar with at this point, who has. He did get his one win. He got his one win. He was, I think, was this the guy who got the miracle crit to come back and win when he was winless?
I believe so.
Oh, no, sorry. That was somebody else. He got his win in his first match in the Fighters Tournament, which is why he's still in the school, because that got him up to the top 32. And then has lost ever since.
Okay, what are the odds going to be for me and Quark?
You and Quark, you are up against.
It's because I know Quark's undefeated, so that might affect it a little bit.
Man, it's a 50-50 shot the way your guys' odds are going.
Right.
Quark carry it, or will Andraki?
Hey, I did good when it was me and Soul. If I didn't hit that guiding bolt, it might not have ended too well because it was a 2v1 after.
All right, so roll your initiatives, just so I can remember who's going in here, so I can check the odds.
Yep.
Is this Quark and Andraki?
Yes.
Yep.
Oh God.
Well, at least I got a somewhat decent initiative roll.
Quark just wants to wait. He wants to actually have a challenge.
He's waiting for them to all be targeting me so he can run up and just get a massive amount of hits. It's possible.
So yeah, Quark's undefeated, and you're undefeated in duos. Your opponents are actually pretty good themselves. The odds are 3-1 for you.
And 3-1 minimum bet.
Minimum bet, they're going with 10 gold and a maximum bet of 40.
I'll just do the 10 gold to be safe. Or actually, let's do 17. So if I lose it, makes it even.
Okay, one second.
My OCD won't allow it.
At 3-1, if I bet 15, I'll get 5 back as extra.
Minimum bet is 10.
Right. If I bet 15, the payout would be 20, so I'd make a 5 gold profit, right?
Payout
If
would be
they win.
45, so you'd make 30.
I'll bet 15 gold.
Oh, sorry, 15. Yeah, 15 would be 45, so you'd make 30 back.
Do you want me to do 15 just to make the math easier?
Oh no, I got it here. Okay. So who's betting what?
Andrakia is. Oh, go ahead.
Derek's gonna bet 15.
Andrakia is going to bet 17.
Zim will bet 15.
Quark, you want to get in on this action?
I don't gamble.
I know.
15.
We'll gamble for you. Give us your gold.
Bracket usage, you're putting down 10, so yours would pay out 30.
No, Andrakia said he was putting out 17.
Oh, 17. Okay.
I can do 15 if it makes it easier.
Oh no, 17, so...
Should be about.
Okay. There we go. All right. So let me drag these two onto the drag this stuff out of the way. That's where it went. Okay. So so you're in there with Galteria and Wiztalk. I believe Wiztalk you have definitely seen before. He's one of the goblins.
Oh, so he's part of Z's group, I guess.
Yeah. And Galetia is also part of their group, except she is a lizard folk.
Oh, kind of like a kobold, I'm guessing.
No, sort of like a 6-foot lizard person.
Oh, okay. When you said lizard person, I was expecting small, like kobold or something like that. Okay.
And based on their armor, what classes are we fighting?
Galetia is wearing no armor and wielding no visible weapon.
Nice.
Whereas the goblin is in studded leather and wielding a short sword.
Okay, so most likely it looks like a rogue and a monk. Based on just looking. No armor, right. No weapon. It's kind of seeming a lot like Quark to me. No offense, Quark.
All right, so the Wiztalk is up first.
Oh, okay. I guess you rolled their initiatives.
Yeah.
Okay.
0 top order. Okay, and they should be visible on the combat tracker now.
Yep, they are.
Okay. So, yeah, going to take a swing at Quark because he's less armored. Not that it matters.
I saw it hanging on 20. I'm like, please don't.
I'm so glad it kind of rolled off that 22.
Don't think he has any bonus actions worth using. No. Okay. Andrekia, you're up.
All right. I'm probably going to cast Guiding Bolt on not Wiztalk, because he is like right there, but I'm kind of worried about what the one without armor is going to do to us.
Okay.
Okay, let's see. Do it. Yeah, I can just drag it on top, or drag it on top of her or him.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Her. Yeah, that'll hit.
Okay, and now for the attack. Oh shit, wrong one. That's my fault. I'll be alright.
Yes, we already know you hit.
Shh.
Oh god. So yeah, Blaze
really
is through her multiple impacts, and she is definitely looking worse for wear.
Okay.
I don't think you have a bonus action you can use, right?
The only bonus action I could probably use is Shield of Faith, and I would have to use that on. I could use that on Quark to give him a little more AC. Or do you think I should save that spell slot, Quark?
What's your AC?
Mine is 18.
I'm 17.
Okay, I guess I'll just save it then, just
Yeah.
in case I need to heal one of us. And it's Quark's move anyways next.
Yeah. Well, I figured. Yeah, at that point you were like.
And the best part is when she finally gets her turn, she has disadvantage because of radiant light. Right? Isn't it?
Yeah, I think so. Actually, it didn't apply an effect. So let me.
Well, radiant by its very nature
The
doesn't.
next attack roll made against this target. Oh, we have advantage.
You have advantage on the next attack against them.
That's what I meant. I knew what I was doing.
Well, I'm gonna actually try to finish off Galatea.
Okay. And you have advantage. I don't know why it didn't apply it. Or is it that you specifically, or is it at the next attack?
I could have sworn it said next attack.
The next attack made against this target before the end of your turn.
Your turn.
Probably because it doesn't. It probably came from the SRD, not the players, so it didn't. So yeah, just roll again, and if it's higher, that's the one that counts.
Okay, well, that's
wow.
You tried.
Anything else you're doing?
Yeah, I'll take my bonus.
Okay. Oh, it's gonna be Fury of Blows, isn't it?
No, just my regular bonus.
Oh, okay. That'll hit.
There we go.
And yep, that will be enough. You watch her vaporize as your fist strikes her.
Okay, my minimum would have been enough.
All right, back to back to
Wiztalk.
Wiztalk. This is going to be so bad. He missed Quark last time, so he's going to try Andrekia this time.
Oh, he got the 20 and just fell onto it. No way. I can't catch a break when people are attacking me.
You're a big target, Indrik. Yeah.
Evidently.
Oh.
Oh, heavy damage.
So yeah, he comes up and just slashes in at your knees, in through your hip, and definitely leaves you worse for wear. You have nothing else, do you, buddy? You really have nothing. Yeah. Okay. Indrik, yeah.
Yeah, I'm totally going to just smash him with my mace right now. You are getting it. And no, you're not.
No, that's a miss.
Okay, that's all I can do then.
Quark, you're up.
Should have just guiding bolted him right to the face. Oh god, no.
Wow. Apparently too much momentum.
You come flying in with your fists and just overshot him.
Like, this is insane.
Do you got a bonus action? Please tell me you have a bonus action.
Well, let's see. I whiz right past him, so yeah. I'm gonna spend the key point this time.
Okay. Oh, that'll hit.
Yay, there we go.
All right, third attack.
That'll
There
hit.
we go. He's still standing, eh?
Well, I only do 1d4.
Yeah, so it's took one to the back of the shoulder and then popped to the nose and just banged up pretty bad. Top of the order, what can you do? You can just literally. Well,
Probably go right after me. Is
he only hit one of you, so he's gonna hope that he can hit that one again.
Nope. Oh,
Honestly,
you're getting
basically what he needs at this point.
all right. Well, he's getting the mace.
If it makes contact, I think he's.
Nope, it missed.
If it makes contact, that's the.
I'm swinging way too high.
Yeah, you are. Yeah, you have to remember he's. Do I have his full description? He is 2'9".
Well, it doesn't matter because Quark just ended his existence.
Yeah, he is going to take him out. Yep.
Yeah, there we go.
Vaporizes on the next hit. And...
See, I always hit when I use Guiding Bolt. When I try and use my mace, it doesn't want to work.
All right. So yeah. I will update those in 1 minute.
As we're coming out over, I'm like, thanks for taking a hit there, Indrik. Yeah.
I'll hold my fist out for fist bump. Not a problem.
All right, so there's that. Okay, move to combat tracker. I need party sheet. Then Dracii. Inventory. So. Okay. These are our pet. 3. At least your math is easy. And then.
I said I would just do 15 if it made it easier for you.
Oh, that's so weird.
Oh, and you're welcome for fattening your wallets.
No, I just realized Dark and Zin both had the exact same amount of gold to start with.
But I'm going shopping.
Right.
Uh,
Pretty decent amount of pocket money I got right now.
well, you'll have more. Okay. All right. So, done with the melee crystal. Before we get on to you guys continuing your efforts to try and track down these two, we'll get our random event of the week. If I can get someone to roll a d20.
I'll do it.
Okay. Nothing of note. And all right, so were you okay? So who is still trying to follow Flynn, or were you guys still trying to track him down? Or would any of you have asked anyone else to see if they know where he might be?
I said I was going to try and track him down today when I go for my persuasion class, I think it was.
Yeah.
Because it coincides with one of his.
Yeah.
And
well, coincides with the time he'd be there tomorrow.
Yeah, that's kind of what I meant. And I think Pell in, we were going to say Sybil might have. Because they actually have his class.
Yes, they have his class tomorrow, if you don't see him today. All right. So yeah, as you go by there, go ahead and as you're walking by, again, you look in, you do not see some gnome with an eye patch.
This would probably be about the time we'd meet up for lunch. Could I see if he's in maybe the mess
Well,
hall?
that'd be after your class, but yeah, want to check if he's in the mess hall. Make a perception check.
Hey. Of course, I get good roll. I get one good roll, and that's all I get.
At things, it's when you're looking for things that are 2 and 3 feet tall, you don't look at the 5-foot level.
No, I look at the ceiling because I think they float.
But yeah, it's you do not see him. No.
Is there anybody else that can help, please? When it comes to tracking, God, I'm bad at this.
I know what he looks like. I can help find him. It's a little better.
I was going to say, me and Pell.
I'm going to make it a group. I'm going to make it a group perception check, and I want to see if the average can effectively figure out if he's here.
Well, me and Sybil are squirrel brain right now, and we're looking at everything else. But
so yeah, get a perception check from everybody else, except for Quark, who apparently is distracted. Oh God. No, collectively, you as a group do not notice this individual being in the mess hall right now.
Hang on, we still got a few people to see how terrible they roll.
Wait, I gotta roll?
Roll
yeah,
a perception, please.
Please.
Wait, am I with them or am I still following Sandra?
Oh yeah, you're following Sandra, so no, you're not there.
Okay.
If somebody brings this to my attention, I'll roll.
Zen, I thought you had already rolled, didn't you? No, you hadn't. Okay. Quark, roll a perception check at this point to figure out if he's here or not. Anything other than a nat 20, your collective group effort has not spotted him.
Oh.
Well, it's a natural something. That's
Go
a
the
natural
other
something.
route. Nat 1. All right.
So there's three of us looking at fucking bits of dirt floating in the air.
Yes.
Is that him?
Collectively, you as a group looking for someone under 3 feet tall are looking at an average height of 6 feet up. It's like you misunderstood gnome for giant. So yeah, no, nothing to see here. An hour there eating. If you want to wait, in about an hour, you know that Soul will probably be following Sandra in here.
Not like I have much to do today, anyway.
Okay. Yeah, about 3 o'clock, you see Sandra and her party come strolling through, get their food, go to their regular table. Let me see, what was your stealth on the second time there, Soul? I'm trying to remember.
Oh, shouldn't I have several stealth checks at this point? Because a single one for the entire process is a bit.
Another one. Give me another one from following them out of the
Mess hall.
out of the prayer hall to go to the mess hall.
Okay.
Luckily, it's
Why?
it's not an uncommon thing from for people just wandering from the prayer hall to go over to the mess hall and eat. But yeah.
Yeah, it's not uncommon. Maybe it's a little strange, but they don't think much of it.
Now, mind you, going in the door, you sort of half walk into it and make a loud noise. But yeah, you get in there and see your friends who are distracted by the pretty lights on the ceiling. All right. Any further plan? Is there a plan?
At this point, I think we should just wait until morning to see if we can find him.
And once again, I've got his class tomorrow. Shouldn't be that hard to locate him then.
Okay. So yeah, you're holding out until tomorrow. You guys, since Hell and Sybil will have class with Zenith, Flynn, Zenith, is anyone going to continue to follow Sandra, or are you just...
Oh, did Soul find anything when she's been following her all day, or?
She was just going through her routine. She went to make bandages in the infirmary. She went through her daily...
Who did she talk to? Who does she talk to and associate with most? I would have paid attention to that. Her interactions with her peers.
So yeah, she does have her party, which consists of a paladin and a very heavily armored fighter. When they left, you did see them meet up also with some type of arcane caster you've never seen before. And actually 2 of them. And then one other individual that you couldn't make out beyond their cloak. Mind you, they are all seniors, so that might explain why you haven't really seen them. As far as interactions with the staff, you did see at the prayer hall her interacting and checking with a human female, which just from being there enough and the general people asking about things, you would have heard her name referred to as Lady Wilborn, which is, of course, Jessa Wilborn, the senior cleric instructor. Oh, and we lost Gargan.
I'm here. I'm
Oh, okay.
raising the server. I think it's somebody called me.
Ah.
And I'm using hotspot, so.
That would work. Okay.
Sorry.
So yeah, you just are basically going about the everyday routine of a student.
I'll be in FG very soon.
Okay. Okay. That hurt, huh? Okay. So yeah, you just saw her basically going about her regular classes. Anything else planned?
I don't think so. I think we just probably go about the regular day. That's what I'd probably do, especially with these roles.
Well, that's all Derek's can basically be focused on is combat and crafting classes, and then the work he's slated to do.
Yep. Okay.
I'd probably only just go to the prayer hall or the infirmary to see if I can help out there.
All right.
Be about it.
Otherwise, it's basically on to the next day for when Pell and Sybil would have class with Flynn.
Now, before we get to that, somebody remind me what we're looking for this guy for?
Basically, that there's a general consensus
He's the one we're supposed to be turning this information into, maybe?
that he's shady.
That he's what?
That he's shady in some way, and that there's a fear that he might be trying to bring harm upon the college or the students themselves.
Okay. I'm probably just gonna then go to class as usual.
Okay.
And while they're like after class, we'll just follow him.
Okay.
But if we had trouble finding him yesterday and we can find him today, then yeah, then I think I'll just follow him after class.
All right. So yeah, you guys get to your class. He's there as the instructor going over tips and tricks, demonstrations, suggests a few books to assist with ideas about things, showing basically little tricks on how to make your sleight of hand more effective. Longer sleeves that actually have hidden pockets, things like that. Takes you through your class, and 4 o'clock, he is finished with his time. Another instructor comes in to take his place, and he goes to leave. And
Yep, I'm gonna hang out for just like, a second or two, let him get out of the door, and then start following him.
Would I be able to see him leaving his class from leaving my persuasion class?
Sure. Give me a perception check to see if you happen to notice at that time. Just straight DC 50.
Oh god, I'm not gonna get it. Watch. Hey.
Yeah,
well, I got a good one.
Time. 1 sec. Sybil will also attempt to stealthily follow. So yeah, you saw him leave and then head down the stairs. Shortly thereafter, these two will take off. Are you going to attempt to follow too?
I'm just going to walk down the stairs like as if I'm just leaving the building, as if my class was finished.
Yep.
Like not trying to be sneaky. So he wouldn't think like, why is this this cleric trying to follow or act sneaky?
Yep.
Do you want me to roll anything for that, or
no? You're just basically leisurely taking your time.
Just to keep an eye on him, but not.
You eventually do lose sight of them, just because you're not exactly keeping a pace to keep up with them rushing around. Hell and Sybil will follow him all the way down to the ground floor as he darts down a hallway and goes into another classroom. Hell, give me a perception check.
These have been so great tonight.
I'll give you advantage on this one.
Oh, I might need it. A little better.
You know what? It's enough. When the door was open, you caught a whiff of something.
Oh yeah, he's smoking pot in there.
Nope. You caught a whiff of a fine array of alcohols. Remember, this is the brewing supplies instructor as well.
Okay.
And with the door shut, you won't be able to hear anything. Let's see if Sybil does. Nope, door's too thick. You do know one thing, though. You do know where this room is from the outside of the building, as you've been there many times.
Okay.
The little back door?
Well,
the little
yeah.
back window, I should say?
Yeah, we can look for another way up or in or around to get a better view.
Yeah.
I'm gonna guess that we'd probably say we'd meet up at the end of the day.
Yep. So yeah, if you guys are making your way outside, and Drake, when you went out the front doors, if you hadn't seen them, would you be waiting out a second to see if you see anybody?
Yeah, I'll act like I'm kind of checking my equipment.
Yeah, I'd say just a couple of minutes thereafter, you'd see Sybil and Pell coming out the front doors.
Well, let's say I'm going to suggest Sybil stay where she's at in case he leaves while I'm trying to wander my way back in.
No, what I was asking at, like, dinner time we meet back up. Like, that way they have time to be able to follow him, and we don't have any chance of losing him, is what I was suggesting.
Okay. Yep.
I'm going to suggest that Sybil keep an eye on this door while I go try to find another one, just in case he's in there for all of 30 seconds and comes on back out. Right?
Yep.
I don't want to lose him I don't want us to lose him.
All right. So yeah, make your way around the building. You know the usual window you go to and the secret knock.
And this is where I'm usually showing up when I'm trying to buy alcohol, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Mind you, it is 4 o'clock, and you know that you've been told many times, don't come until after 7.
Well, like I said, I'm not actually intending to try to summon anybody. Like, I'm content to try to sneak in.
Okay. Yep. So yeah, if you're just trying to basically peer in through the window, let me see. How tall are you? You're under 5 foot.
Not terribly, I don't think. 4'10".
Yeah. Yeah, you could basically peer in, trying to look in through, make a perception check. See if you notice anything.
It's at least a double-digit value.
Yeah, you can see there's definitely multiple students in there as well. They're dragging stuff around, moving stuff around, clearly getting the wares that you would normally see them selling out the back window there by for the end of the night. In general, it just looks like they're doing the usual routine, though.
Is the room laid out such that I've got any option of, or any chance of just like slipping in?
Through a
like,
you could try, not through this window, because they've definitely, they keep a lot of stuff there. But you could try and look for one of the other windows that you could see in, and see if you can get it open.
Yeah, let's try it at least.
All right.
See if we can find a window that leads into a room no one's in at the moment. See if I can find some way to snake past everybody into the room where he is, or to where I can get a better look.
Making your way down, just checking. Windows seems locked. You go
I can
down
pick lock to some degree. Of course, that's not the same thing from outside.
Actually, if you want to try and make a thieves' tools check to get the window open. First one, no. Give you a shot at the second window that you can see for this room still.
Much better.
That'll get open. So yeah, you're able to get it propped open. Just pull it a little bit so you can hear in and actually get a better chance now. Basically, just if you're just sitting there listening now with this open, you can basically effectively in a vacuum now. It's funneling the noise towards you. You basically just hear them going over. Okay, we have this much ready to prep for the night. We have these currently brewing. We just set these aside to ferment, and basically just going over the general where they are with stuff.
So it just seems like the teacher is involved in the illegal alcohol trade around here.
Yeah.
Okay.
He's you basically hear him now basically quoting out, okay, if those are going to be ready, we're going to be charging this for that tonight.
So that's what I was going to get to next. Is he running it or just a part of the machine?
He seems to be running.
Okay. Well, that's a thing.
Now the real question is if Pell would actually dime out his supplier.
To you guys, yes. If you're going to tell the school, like I don't need to be a part of informing the school how I know that or anything. But is that really all we were looking for? Like we suspected he was shady and he's bootlegging alcohol? Like big fucking deal, right?
We could tail him to see if anything else is happening.
I mean, like I said, I think at this point the plan is probably just to stick with him after he sets all this up and see if he goes and does anything truly, dangerous. Like it sounds like he's got it in for students and shit, right?
Well, it doesn't sound like he does because that'd be killing off his customers. But you never know; he could also be the one making the drugs in that too.
Well, yeah. Okay, yeah. Let's get back out of here. I'll make sure the window that I opened is closed at least. I don't guess that I can relock it from outside, but at least closed enough that nobody becomes immediately aware that it's been open. And then we'll just keep tailing him and see if he goes to the drug manufacturing lab next.
All right. So yeah, 6 o'clock. 6 o'clock. He does leave out through the door. Oh god, let's see if he actually spots Sybil. What was her stealth check again? Oh, actually, yeah. No, he doesn't notice her on the way out, and she can keep a tail on him, but basically, yeah, he goes from there, makes his way across the campus. Would you have waited until you saw him leaving the room?
Oh yeah, I'm only interested in him. Everybody else is my buddy.
Yep. So yeah, around 6 o'clock, you see him head out. So if you want to make your way towards the front and make a stealth check not to be noticed.
Okay. I like doing those in the dice tower because I always think I'm sneaky. I don't know if it was good or bad.
Yep. All right. So yeah,
and then we'll tail him to his next wherever. At 6 o'clock, it wouldn't surprise me if he just goes to dinner, which is where I'm headed anyway.
Well, as you're tailing him, yeah, he's making his way across the utility building. If you tail him in, he does go to the mess hall to get some food.
Exactly where I was planning on going anyway. So I will go and have dinner with my friends.
It's probably about the time that we normally meet up. We usually meet up about 7.
We had talked about hooking up for dinner, so unless he leaves before the rest of the group shows up, I'm going to get myself a big old plate full of whatever is greasy and full of flavor, because I don't do salads, and wait for my friends.
Okay. Yeah, you watch that he pretty much grabs more of a dry dinner that he can eat with his hands, but he's basically just eating at the side of the room, keeping an eye. It looks like he's on watch for making sure nothing goes on in the mess hall that's not supposed to be.
Okay. Yep, I'll keep a general eye on him, and when everybody else shows up, just, looking like any other student flagging down their friends at the cafeteria. Everybody else shows up.
You
I'll
know
point him out.
Sybil is already at the table.
Yeah. I'll point him out to the rest. Found him. And fill him in on what happened, which is really not a lot. Like, other than the fact that he was coordinating the pricing and availability of the alcohol that was going to be sold tonight. I haven't seen him do anything else but teach his class and manage that shit. But I can keep an eye on him while we're here and make sure I follow him after he leaves here too and see where he goes after dinner.
Okay. So yeah, everybody I figure made it to the mess hall for dinner.
Yeah, I'd probably be trolling in at sometime after 6.
Oh. Actually, yeah, since we did go another day, Derek. I forgot we moved to another day. Can I get your final check?
Yep. Is Shadow right in the mess hall?
This has not been a good dice rolling night.
Oh, that's your first fail. Four successes up till now. Okay. Make a perception check. Yeah,
Now it's a good one.
He is there with his crew in the back of the room.
Okay, after I get my food, I'm basically just gonna pause, make a big show of turning to him, and just wave at him with a big thumbs up, and then go over and sit with my crew.
As you're walking away, you hear him screaming some obscenities, and you once again, if you glance back for a second, you'll see Darren once again restraining him.
I'll probably be. Okay, can we see this?
As I turn away, I kind of smile.
Fight, 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 fight.
Oh, he's just going to want to take us all on in the combat crystal watch.
He's not allowed to right now.
Oh, he's going to want to take us on out in the forest.
You guys are freshmen. And he is... While he is only a junior, he is beyond the skill level of most of the seniors.
What about his little cronies? Are they allowed to fight in the melee crystal?
They are with other juniors. Other ones that have met certain standards on making sure they would be, making sure that it's a fair fight, basically.
Oh, so there's no exception to this rule, is there?
Yeah, they don't want a level 1
fighting like a level 15.
Yeah, a level 1 bard going in there to fight a level 10 fighter.
Okay.
It doesn't really prove anything for either of them.
Look at you. You don't even have a name tag. Just lay down.
Pretty much. Yeah, if we can see that from the table, I'm probably going to laugh while I'm eating. And try not to joke.
So yeah, an hour goes by, you see that he's still over in his post at the side, just keeping an eye on things. Anybody that was watching him when that little disruption happened, though, would have noticed that he actually did tense up a bit. Almost like he was getting ready to go over and intervene. And then when when Darren had prevailed, basically just relaxed a bit at the side. He continued to eat his food while watching the room in general. Anyone sticking around for more than an hour for dinner?
I'm gonna hang
Nah.
out for as long as the guy I've been tailing hangs out.
Okay.
And if it's late, I'll just keep going back for more and more desserts.
Because honestly, after dinner, it'd probably be going back to the dorm. So we
Well,
probably
if we're thinking he's up to something shady, he may do it after dark.
yeah.
So
So
I'll keep tailing it.
8 o'clock, you see him leaving the mess hall.
Yeah, it's a good time to have finished up this third slice of pie.
Okay, let's get a stealth check. Oh god, his perception is garbage. Oh god. Yeah, he wouldn't notice you at all as he makes his way over and just goes from the utility building to the admin building where from word of mouth you would know that is also where the faculty housing is.
Okay, so I can't get in there very deep anyway. Couldn't get past the front room.
Not even the front room at 8 o'clock. They should lock the doors at 6.
All right. Well, then at that point, we know what we're going to learn from following him today.
Yeah.
All right. I will make my way back to my dorm and see if there's anybody who looks like they have a, belt pouch dangling too loosely from their hip on the way, but
Make a perception check. With that stealth check still being prevalent.
like I said, not looking to try anything real difficult. Easy marks only. I'm more curious than driven. But I feel like today was boring, and maybe I'll find something fun in somebody else's pockets.
Oh, wait, one sec. Here. So you do spot one person on your way back that they seem to be moving a little more sluggishly, almost like they might have been up studying a little bit too much for the last day or so. If you want to try and attempt your sleight of hand on them.
Yeah. Let's take a shot.
All right. Wait. Check. Oh, good lord. Yeah, they have some horrible perception. All right.
And whatever it is, I'll take it back to my room before I count it out and everything. Like I'm just curious about grabbing it, and when I get back to someplace private, I'll see what it was. It may be worthless, but it's fun to keep screwing with people. Dude's gonna get back to his room now. Where did I put my keys?
Oh no. Definitely don't find that on him, but you do get a small little baggie and a small little pouch.
That I could use another pouch. The two I've got are getting full.
Okay, this. Okay.
I'm gonna have to get some of that stuff identified. Why are people walking around with lichen in their pockets?
With what in their pockets?
Lichen? Or do you pronounce it lichen?
Lichen.
Yeah, lichen. It's a fungus.
Some of those you might have found in like little pouches that they had with them.
Okay. Out of curiosity, I'm no good at this, but just for fun, can I make a nature check to see if I recognize this lichen?
Sure.
Probably not, but watch, it'll be my only 20 for the night. Hey.
That's enough to identify it. It is Belramba. Small reddish hue to it that is used in anti-fear toxins.
Oh. I should probably get some more of that and be chewing it. Cool. Okay. It's courage fungus.
Well,
It's
when
a little
prepared
catch.
properly.
Yeah. Cool.
All right. That will get us to 9 p.m. Anyone else doing anything for the night before we get to the next day?
No, I'm good.
Okay.
Still following Sandra.
Oh. Yeah, you watched her. She went from the dorm. She went from there over to a brief stop at the library before heading back to the dorm. Basically just seems like she's a regular student going about her business today.
Are we meeting up for breakfast in the morning, or are we going to try and keep following everybody?
And I'm gonna send Martin a message before lights out as well.
Okay. What's the message?
I was gonna say today is gonna be payday with Wilda.
So today we get to find out the results of the beast.
Yeah. So what's your message for Martin?
Meeting Wilda in morning. We'll discuss our finding of Electro Beast and selecting a first divination spell. Any thoughts? Hope you're well.
Okay.
And while Martin's preparing an answer, I assume that the spells were pretty much the ones that are available under spells in our tab, which looks like mostly Player's Handbook and maybe a handful of novel ones, but it's not like I could select from any of the books. It's from that list, basically, right?
Yeah. So.
Right. So it came down to the Alacrity one and Comprehend Languages, it looked like.
Yeah, because I think you have the others already, because you already have Identifying Detect Magic.
Right.
So yeah, you'll be able to pick those two. I'll double check, but I don't think there's another.
I think that was it.
Yeah, I think it's just those ones that you don't already have. So next day. So you know that she said she'd be available for you to go check with her after class, so anytime after 6 p.m. Anything that the rest of you want to do with the day? Report any of the findings that you have?
Oh, does Martin text back?
Oh, 1 second. Yes, Martin. Respond back with. Okay. So yeah, it takes a minute or two before he responds back, but he responds back with. Make sure my count's right. Good to hear, my boy. Sure, she would be thorough. I'm well. Lancel showed up to try his hand at chess and failed. Show those fools a better way.
Okay, I smile at getting a response from my mentor and friend, and kind of eagerly await the morning.
Okay. So we get through to the morning.
Curious, would we have Pell go to see if he can continue following, or I'll just meet up for breakfast and then decide what to do?
I'm certainly content to keep tabs on him. Keep tracking the guy around.
The other thing we need to discuss is when we're meeting up with the instructor for the hides and getting our reward. And if everybody, or if you guys are going to keep a tail on those people.
Because based on information that we're getting every time someone comes back, seems to be pretty much the same thing with Sandra, so that might be a foregone conclusion. For right now, we might want to report that in.
In the morning, anyone getting out at about 9? You do notice a little bit of a disturbance as you leave the dorms.
Okay.
I figured we'd be in the mess hall before 9.
We usually are.
Okay.
We usually plan mess hall between
7 and 8.
Before 8, yeah.
Make
7
a
and 8.
perception check then at the mess hall.
Okay. All of us?
Anybody who's there.
Okay. I'd probably
All
be there.
you can do with advantage.
Who can do it with advantage?
Saul.
We're too hungry, Andrak, yeah.
I literally bounce off a 12 to 2. I'm like, really?
I think I'm probably still stalking that teacher from yesterday.
Wait, you
So
said I had
Saul-
advantage, right?
Yeah, so re-roll and whatever one's higher.
Well, nat 20. That's on nat 20.
Okay. So it's just Sol and Gargan. There is a certain murmur about the room. Hushed tones throughout it as you're going around. And Sol, you do just catch a few things of, I can't believe it. That's crazy type of things. Gargan, with that check, you definitely hear one thing that's of note. Oh, they're going to kill Kurt.
Notice any sort of reaction Gargan has to that?
Gargan,
Point.
do you have a reaction to that?
Yeah, I turn to the group and I say, it sounds like, it sounds like the investigation into Kurt may have come up with something. I'm gonna guess they found the fake gems on Garina, and actually did it sounds like they may have actually have followed through. But what I'm hearing is murmurs that Kurt's in some kind of trouble, and I can't imagine it's not related to our discussions with the teachers yesterday.
Is
Do you
there
think-
anybody in the hall that any of us would recognize to maybe go and ask and talk to about what's going on?
Let's see here.
Out of
In the
students?
Yeah, one sec.
Because about now the mess hall would be pretty full, wouldn't it?
You would expect it to be busier than it is.
Oh, okay.
There's certainly a number of people, but it is not as full as you would normally see it at this time. You do see. Here.
Granted, I did get that really bad perception roll, so.
Well, this was more so just to catch the whispers, because it's not really something that was directed at you. This is you looking around for people you know.
You want me to reroll for that then?
Oh no.
Oh,
This
okay.
is more just seeing who's there that you do know. Who is this again?
Indrake.
Drake.
I know pretty much the main heads of the Goblin group. Ryan Waters, Borka, those sort of people.
Yeah, so you do see Ryan at his table. You see Bim with him.
Yeah.
And you see their tiefling friend, but not the rest of their group. You do see Zorlit with her group, and you see a few of them looking to the door, and her actively just basically getting them all to sit still.
Well, I'll probably point that out. Who else would know any of these people?
Quark's met the goblins before.
I could maybe talk to Quark and say, I'll go talk to Ryan if you want to go and talk to Z and her group. See if you can get any information on what's really going on.
Zin would know
Oh, no, I said Z.
Briella from
yeah.
Ryan's group from her paladin classes.
Okay.
I just.
Oh, sorry.
Well, I thought since everyone else is looking for people they're familiar with, I could just mingle with the rest of the crowd and see what I can find out from the general population. Say that I hear all these and trying to figure out the story.
Yeah, the only reason I'm saying I would go to Ryan's group is because I have more of a rapport with Ryan's group.
Yeah. So you can go check with Ryan if you want. Sol, give me, if you're just trying to gather what's going on, give me an investigation check.
She hears everything.
So yeah, it's gathering it up, and the people that are willing to basically share the biggest gossip that's hit the campus in a while. The faculty raided Kurt's room last night in the middle of another party. And apparently he was caught red-handed swapping gems on people. And they found his hidden cache of fake and the real gems that he had been taking off of people.
We just made enemies of the entire Cool Kids Club.
Well, that's assuming they know it's us. Also, did they find out anything else, like the stuff that goes around in his parties?
There were certainly some things that were found at the party that were
not kosher.
Not kosher. And there's definitely been some murmurings about what's going to happen from that. But basically, the last piece of information is that before the disciplinary committee could even get there, that Kurt was actually grabbed by the head of the security staff.
Ouch.
Well, there goes my plug.
So much for you getting laid, Soul.
Captain Walter Jennings. And that he is apparently... Captain Jennings and Kurt are currently not... Their whereabouts is not known, although the rest of the security staff has been dragging... Apparently it was not just those 3 little baggies that Quark saw. There was a hidden floorboard in his room that had a whole case of other gems. And they've been dragging various supplies over to the Wizard's Tower for examination.
So, did Kurt escape, basically?
No.
Sounds like
Not
somebody
exactly.
maybe further up his chain went and grabbed him before they could interrogate him.
I was going to say, this is the guy that, the head of security is the guy that enjoys preemptive discipline.
Corporal punishment, yes. He was the one who was hanging students by their feet and having them whipped.
I thought. Sorry, I had the feeling there was a conspiracy going on. Like the head of security was in cahoots with Kurt somehow. That's why he grabbed Kurt before anyone else could do it, and then they disappear. That's what I thought happened.
That's where I was reading it. Yeah.
That could be what happened. Nobody knows where they went, and they just know Captain Jennings has a reputation of whatever you've seen the worst of most of the security staff that are not on the up and up, as opposed to like Felix and Karen Turner. He takes it to another level.
Having a good time if he's not in cahoots.
Or that could have all been for show, and he has now gotten his pansy out of the chance of being discovered. Don't know.
Yeah. Does anyone know who reported? Like, what do they know that we were involved in all this?
Nope. The general consensus is the staff went in, and the staff must have finally figured out some way to figure out what was going on with these gems.
Okay, that's good. I will report all of this back to the group.
And Drakai, if you make it over to Ryan's table, they will report what they know specifically, which is Bim was actually at the party.
God.
Security came in force along with some of the fighter staff. Captain Jennings was dragging Kurt around by the hair and neck throughout the room, basically forcing him to disclose where anything was. And then, as they left, when it was supposed to be taking him to the disciplinary board, dragged him into the woods, screaming.
Okay, I would probably go back and tell the group that either he's really pissed that his cohort got caught, or he is wishing he was dead. Either way, probably wishing he was dead.
Anything from Zorla's group?
Basically, they all wanted to go find out. They're like excited to find out what's going on, and she is adamant, like, you are not leaving this table. You are not getting anywhere near anything that can get you in trouble.
Alrighty, so when Sol gets back and makes her rounds to where I am, and informs me, I will give the Cliff's Notes version to Zorla.
Okay. All right, yeah, you go and inform her, and what is the next plans?
Stay the fuck out of trouble.
I was gonna say, there's no way in hell we're going to be confronting the security force.
Yeah. I don't know. Probably we might just think about turning in what we have, unless we're adamant about tracking the one faculty member. But it might be a lot harder now because we don't know how alert right now are the staff in security.
The staff seem to be on high alert. The security that is left in the mess hall just seems to be, they look almost bored, almost like they got assigned to mess hall duty and everyone else got to go do something cool.
Oh, no, I was asking, like, around the campus. Like, if we tried to follow a faculty member, like, would that end badly? Or would we have to really roll for really, really, really good stealth and explain our asses off?
You might wonder why you're following that. It all could depend.
Was Wilda expecting the whole group?
I think Wilda was just expecting Gargan, but the whole group could go, and that's not until 6 p.m.
Got it.
Right. No, I was thinking we should probably try to make contact with the at least with the faculty that we've been liaising with.
Yeah, about the whole. Those of us that can go to the prayer hall.
I was going to say, yeah, Quincy. Is it Quincy in the prayer hall and
Quincy in the prayer hall and Lazar in the wizard's tower?
Yeah,
we can go and talk to them to see what's going on.
That's my plan.
Okay. All of us don't need to go to the prayer hall technically, but I guess I would go.
Okay.
I don't know if Sol and Pell are going to continue tracking the way they were, or
were you going to check in somewhere else to try and...
This is the second time I've followed Sandra out of the mess hall, right? So, what did I learn anything new from this trip?
Not really. She just seems to be going about her routine. You'd have to, if you wanted to try and follow her today, you'd probably see her at around 3, considering now with what just happened with Kurt, that could change her behavior.
Yeah, okay, I'll follow her for one more day. You guys are still investigating Flynn for me, right?
Yeah, that's what I was asking.
Yeah, I'm
okay.
keep an eye on him.
Because his pattern could have changed after all this. So I would say Pell and Sybil would track Flynn.
Yeah.
Just have 2 eyes.
All right, so first group is going to try and check with the guards and faculty and see what they can discern, more or less on the general feel of the campus.
Yeah, like we would definitely go. I would definitely go to the prayer hall first, and because that's my main source in Drakei.
Okay, so in Drakei, is anyone going with you when you go to check with Quincy?
I'll go with him.
I was going.
All right, so Quark and who?
Gargan.
Actually, wouldn't Gargan go to the Wizard's Tower?
Gargan, you'd probably go to Lazar in the Wizard's Tower because they can't get into the Wizard's Tower.
Okay. All right. Well, if we would have to split up anyway, then I would. Okay.
All right. So yeah, if the two of you go and check with Quincy, you can see he is a little in shock and a little just different from his usual calm demeanor.
So I'm like,
so
I was gonna say,
he's just like
I see security got wind of what we told you yesterday, or was it the day before, maybe?
It's
Yes,
yeah.
Yes, Lancel insisted we involve security, and Captain Jennings has discerned that before proper disciplinary review could be handled, Corporal
do a proper one first?
would be applied first. I am presently waiting for
torture.
whatever remains of Kurt to be brought here.
I mean, I may be overstepping here, but I mean, how is that behavior tolerated around here? I mean, Corporal Jennings.
Captain Jennings,
Captain
as
Jennings.
for his contract when he and his team were brought in after the incident that took place on the first day of the school year, was granted certain provisions.
I'll probably look over at Quark and be like, yeah, with a look like, yeah, that kind of makes sense.
Well, I mean, I can understand beefing up security, but
in order to get a certain amount of security in time, many of them were pulled from very lucrative security details in Alrazen.
Such as the Inquisition?
Well, two of them were former lead security at Wolf House. Another was a high-ranking security official at Dare to Lay Your Hand. And another was the head of security for the city council itself.
So, I know I'll be there, but they seriously pulled in extra security for a school by hiring BlackRock?
Pretty much, yeah.
That sounds like overkill, but okay.
Oh, to be fair, almost 3 students died in that fight, so...
How many have been killed by the security afterwards?
Well, yeah.
No students have died from the security. Some of them have
she sounds like she's expecting the remains of this last guy. She said she was expecting his corpse to be brought back.
That's a thought that's run through Quincy's head at this point. Either that or that they will be treating some very grievous wounds that may not be able to be healed with traditional healing magic.
I'm going to ask, And what about the Otter involvement in all of this?
Yes. I will need to converse with Lazar. Come. Perhaps go see. I will arrange a meeting with Lazar for tomorrow at noon. Your involvement has been, to my knowledge, not spread. We are more so worried about some other concerns right now today, but you will be accommodated for your efforts.
I'm more worried about his popularity and his friends trying to take revenge on us. If we were ever discovered to be part of this whole situation.
Oh, it's, again, to my knowledge, nothing has been disclosed of you. It is the belief that it was tracked back to him through staff investigation. I do know a few students were present when we spoke with Zagin and Zagina and confirmed that she did indeed have multiple gems that were actually not what they had appeared. It will be an interesting 24 hours. But yes, noon tomorrow. Please come see. I will try and avoid having to be there. Lazar will ensure that you get payment.
So in the meantime, just best to keep our heads low.
Yes.
I don't have a problem with that.
Perhaps be inquisitive. Not like you don't already know what's going on. But otherwise, yes. That might be for the best.
Pel's gonna go find his favorite hiding spot and not be findable for a week.
Thank you. With that, I'd probably say we aren't going to get more information out of this. I'd probably say meet up around lunch and talk to everybody about what we got.
Time would you guys be taking lunch normally?
Usually it's about 12 we take lunch.
Okay.
12, or if and then we usually hang around the lunchroom.
Yeah.
I'll try to squeeze in a few classes in between there, but
yeah, like that's kind of what I would do.
So, in the meantime, for those 3 hours, can I get? Well, Pel's probably too busy hiding. Quark was going to class. Zin, Deark, Sol, Gargan, and Andraki. Can I get?
I wasn't actually there to hear any of that about we should be hiding. I think I'm tracking that other faculty member.
Yeah.
Oh God, yes, you are.
Gargan, I believe Gargan said he was going to the Mage's Tower to get information about what's happening as well.
Yeah. So yeah, Gargan would be meeting up with Lazar. Lazar, when you meet up with him, is a little more calm and mellow than Quincy about the matter. Greetings, young Master Gok. Excellent work by you and your fine comrades. I do understand the security staff have the matter well in hand. I will have to confer with Quincy to ensure what the proper payment would be, but I do assure you that you and your comrades will be well accommodated.
Well, it was our pleasure.
I do hope we don't have need of it in the future, but I do hope that in the future, if there is need, that we could call on you again.
Definitely, it would be an honor. And I guess it goes without saying that as we're not as experienced as we hope to one day be, that discretion is very important to us still.
Oh, you have my utmost word.
Appreciate it.
Okay. Hell is still following Flynn.
Yep, trying to see if he decides, like, if he's up to anything else shady, he might try to get deeper underground right now too, or cover up whatever he's got going on. So I'm going to try to just be keeping an eye on him.
So make a perception check to see if if you can keep an eye on him, and a stealth check to see how well you're avoiding being detected.
Looks like no and yes. If I don't find him, I'm content to ask the faculty if I could locate him. He's one of my legitimate instructors, right?
Yes, he is one of your instructors.
It's fair enough to say, hey, I need to find my instructor. Do you know where he is this time of day?
Yep.
Without raising any suspicions.
So yeah, you do not spot him with your works. Just checking in with first random faculty member you do spot, they say that you can see them basically counting out the calendar in their head to figure out what's going on, and he should be in the brewery room.
Okay, thank you. And I'll go see if I can find him there.
Okay.
Not that I actually want to talk to him, but I just need to confirm that he's there.
So are you checking at the door to try and listen in, or to look through the windows?
I can probably just look through the windows to see if I can spot him, right?
Okay. Yep. You look in and you see he is there conducting. You can see he's actually mixing some stuff himself and showing people how to make certain things.
Okay. That's good enough. I just needed to put eyes on him.
In the time that you were there, though, you do see one other thing that just happens to pass by your way. You do see
Remains of Kurt.
well, effectively, yes.
Ooh. I thought it was a dark joke.
You do see your first look at what is clearly Captain Walter Jennings. Dragging the unconscious, lifeless body of Kurt behind him by 1 foot.
Obviously lifeless and not just unconscious. Like he's clearly, beaten to a pulp or something?
Beaten to a pulp, bloodied. Captain Jennings is a human who stands 6'6", with a shaved head and no eyebrows, and no facial hair.
Okay.
And clearly the scowl on his face is right now about this, but the looks of his face looks like it almost belongs there permanently. So you're not sure if this is just his normal demeanor, or if this is just the exaggerated version based on what's going on.
For once, your perpetual stank face is appropriate. What is the other teacher's reaction to having a body drug into what's supposed to just be a brewery class?
Oh no, this is
a strange place to deliver a body.
from the woods. It's the brewery is at the back end, so you would see
Oh,
it. It's like
okay.
the back wall there leads to the woods where he had drug Kurt off to. So
Okay.
as you're sort of sitting there, he's dragging him back in between the dorms and the skills building.
Okay. Well, fuck. All right. Well, I'm still going to keep an eye on this guy. There's little I can do for Kurt at this point. He looks like he's kind of beyond help. So I will stay until the teacher leaves and then continue to trail him.
Okay. So yeah, the teacher is actually there past noon. So you're going to continue following him, or are you meeting up at the party for lunch?
You know what? I'm going to assume that they will understand my absence. I want to keep an eye on this guy.
Okay.
Last time I went and met everybody up for the meal, I lost my tail.
Yeah. So he is just still actively working with the party there, or working with the students, I should say. So at noon, everybody but Pell is apparently meeting up for lunch.
Yeah, I'm just going to notch on my rations.
So the rest of you are meeting up for lunch right now?
Yep.
Okay.
I would.
What are you discussing at lunch?
The menu.
Did Soul discover anything following? Oh no, she's not following her yet until 3.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, let's compare notes with between what Quincy and Lazar said.
That reminds me, I had
Yeah.
Sybil with me, right?
Yes.
I'm going to tell Sybil to go ahead and go back to the group for lunch and fill them in on what we saw of Kurt. That way, they're at least updated,
Okay.
and I can stay on where I'm at. But Sybil can
All
go
right.
talk.
Yep. So Sybil meets up with you guys and will give her interpretation of what she saw.
Right. And I remind the group that as we're discussing it, our mannerisms and body language should be just like everybody else's. One of like what's going on, like just as shocked.
I'm
with
pretty
just
sure
as
I'd
many
be.
questions. Certainly not look like like one group.
Try not to look guilty.
Or one group that seems to already know what's going on.
I will say that in Sybil fashion, as explaining the details of what she saw, it will come across more of like an excited, like, oh, this was so gruesome.
Yeah, that's fair. And yeah, I'd probably be pretty shocked that you look lifeless and bloodied and being drugged. So, look of shock is accurate. Do we notice anybody that might have been at that party in the mess hall right now?
At least from the party you were at,
Yeah.
you do see Pix, you do see Bim.
What about Zagina?
You do see Zagina.
Maybe you think we should go and ask her about what's happening, or do you think that's going to give us away? I'm asking the party.
Oh, I wouldn't say a word to her.
Okay.
The air about the mess hall is a mix of
Fear and wonderment.
A mix of fear and a somber nature to a heightened level of excitement about still trying to figure out what's going on and what in some people.
I'm gonna. What about the guy that you guys got the information from that was selling the pearls? I think it was. And you got the. He was a bard, if I'm not mistaken. I can't remember his name. When Sol and I think it was Dargan were talking to him.
The bard was Kurt.
Oh, it was Kurt. Oh. Yeah, but he was the same guy that was running that shop that day?
It was his party. He was the one running the gem scam, and he also was listed as one of the victims because he said, "Oh, I had some gems that did that too."
Oh, I'm talking about when they went to the actual. I think it was whose shop was it that they went to?
They went to the school store.
Yeah,
Yeah, I'm trying to look it up as you guys are asking. I'm trying to look too.
Oh, the school. Okay.
I can't remember his name because I didn't write it down.
Yeah, I think I got dragged along for the jewelry crafting.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you guys were doing that while me, Mark, and Zin were. Do you think we might want to follow up with him to see if he's said anything to anyone?
Dirk Jester.
I know you said that he didn't seem really too. Well, he was more interested on like who got away with was trying to get away with the scam, but yeah, I think he might tell people it was us that were looking into it.
You could go try and find him and find out. He is a senior, though, so.
He might be friends with Kurt for all I know. They're both seniors.
Kurt was a sophomore.
Oh, he was a sophomore. Oh, yeah, okay, I read that wrong. Yeah, but he also, like, I don't know, he might have gone to the parties in the past or something.
If you're looking around the mess hall to see if he's in here,
well, we do know that he works at that one shop every once in a while. We could always just.
You actually do see him in the mess hall. He is just sitting at a table with a few other students, none of which you recognize.
So Sol and Gargan are both in the mess hall with us. I don't know. Do you guys want to check to see if he has said anything about us inquiring?
Sure.
Yeah.
Like some way, maybe bring it up as if like it before you could get to it, he was taken away.
Yeah, I don't know. I
plead the fifth. It's pretty much. What
I was gonna more or less kind of just let our little investigation like sort of
let sleeping dogs lie.
Yeah, I would just if anyone asked, we asked around and came up with dead ends, and that was that.
Well, look how quickly names got spread around after the fight with Shadowcloak.
Yeah. Yeah,
or Shadowwright, right? It was Shadowcloak or Shadowwright. Frederick. It seems rumors can spread pretty quick.
So I don't want to fan the flame.
Aye, that's true. But if we hear anything, we need to figure it out right quick. Because if he's as popular as people say, we might have made a few enemies today.
Also, we're supposed to be meeting up with Wilda in a few hours, and I'd rather not be embroiled in further into this drama that's unfolding regarding Kurt.
All right, we'll just leave it, and if something comes about, deal with it then.
Yes.
All right. Probably finish up my lunch and then I don't know, go to my classes.
That's right. Yes, let's eat lunch.
I was going to say maybe go to the Melly Crystal, but being a little worried about maybe somebody taking a little bit of a.
Okay. Pell, continuing to watch through window.
Yep. Watching, listening, reminding myself that next time I'm not on duty, I need to go by the quartermasters and pick up like a deck of cards or something to play with when I'm sitting out here just waiting.
So about 5 o'clock, if you've got your little window, you checked it, it wasn't relocked. So if you got your little window open, you've been listening. They were just going through regular class stuff at about 5 o'clock. A little bit before then, he basically goes to the class. All right, we're gonna call it there for a day, and literally just starts shutting off machines. And he's like, "We are going to, see you all tomorrow. We are going to close up the shop, close up the room for the night, and we'll talk to you tomorrow."
Okay, so no extra business is the point. He's sticking straight to the curriculum.
Yep, and you watch as he's literally putting out every magical light source in the room to make sure nobody misunderstands this place is closed.
Okay. I'm going to take a sip from the bottle of whiskey I have in my backpack anyway, and wait to see where he goes.
All right. Tracking him around the front of the building.
I would love to follow him back to his meth lab and watch him shut that down or something, you know? Whatever else he's doing.
Give me another perception and stealth. Wow, he actually rolled good perception, but not that good. Oh wait, that's sleight of hand.
Oh, well, they happen to have the same modifiers if you want to just keep the roll, or I can re-roll it.
Yeah, I'll
They're both
let
X plus 8.
So yeah, you watch as he just makes his way back across campus to the utility building and into the mess hall. Checking in, you can see he's conversing with some other staff just about if you try and get close enough, you can try and hear. But if you're just going from a distance, you just see they seem to be conversing about various things and grabbing some food to eat while they stand.
No, I'd like to overhear. I'd like to listen to what they're saying.
All right, make a perception check. You'll need at least a 15.
That was almost better.
I know. I saw it roll off the 20. You will catch snippets here and there. Basically, they're just... Obviously, there's some comments about Lancel will have to intervene. The security might have gone a bit too far. Hopefully this means no other students die. That seems to be more directed to with the gem operation shut down.
Right. Okay.
But yeah, that's all, just pieces, parts is all you're able to pick up here and there with that.
Yeah, okay. I can't say I'm surprised to find that that's what they're talking about. That follows.
Getting worse and worse the farther it goes on.
Okay. So 6 o'clock. Still in there, just seems to be doing his job as supervising the room for his time. Was the party meeting up before heading over to meet Wilda, or?
I mean, I wanted to meet up with at least Gargan, who seems to be the point man.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I would definitely want to go with Gargan on that.
I don't
Alright.
think all of us need to really go. I think like at least 2 to 3 of us should be fine. I'd probably
Alright.
head to the mess hall after. What about soul tracking Sandra? Her
Oh,
because
Oh.
she wasn't able to find her until at least 3 o'clock.
yeah. So 3 o'clock, you would have been able to see her in the mess hall again. Actually, at about 2 o'clock, you would have seen her pop in earlier than usual. She looks like someone who hasn't slept. Dark circles under her eyes. Went to her table with her usual people. They ate mostly in silence, and then she left. If you're going to be following her, Soul, I'll need stealth and perception.
I'm doing stealth first. Fuck. Okay, perception. I feel like it should be.
Oh, God. Oh, no, her perception was garbage. She got a 7.
Oh, so okay,
Little
that's good.
too distracted right now, apparently. Yeah, if you're following her, she goes about again. Just over to the infirmary, her daily routines, regular classwork. She's compared to her normal behavior, though, she seems to be almost running on autopilot and just looks like somebody who hasn't slept in a week.
Okay, is she
Considering
careless
you
of her
saw her-
belongings? Oh, sorry.
Considering you saw her yesterday, you know that she's clearly, if she didn't sleep, it was literally for a night. So, what was your question?
Is she careless with her belongings?
Are you wanting to try and pickpocket her?
Well, kind of. Mostly that, like, if she's so disturbed by this, is it possible that there is a hint of whatever indicates she's so disturbed on her person? Like, I doubt she would have left it laying around for people to find at any point in time. Especially if it's, like, evidence against her.
You hear the disembodied voice of Pell in your head go, "Do it."
So wait, what are you trying to look for on her?
Well, like, if I see money, I'm gonna take the money anyways. But basically, if she's even the slightest bit careless with her belongings, I'm gonna make an attempt to try to sneak it away, like a bag or something. That too.
Okay,
Also, like, all of this is being done in secret, so like, if there are witnesses, I'm not gonna do it.
Okay.
Because I imagine with that perception, I could be aware of anyone else also watching, looking at me.
Yeah, you don't really see a time when she's not around others. So but there is a time when she's coming out of a building. You can't really get out of her bag undetected, but grazing up past her, you can grab her one small pouch that she has, not quite as well cared for. Checking it for what it has, it was containing, after you get away from her, just a few coins.
Is this just Zin?
Ah! One sec. Put the wrong name first. Saul.
Indian giver. Just kidding.
Okay. All right. There we go. So yes. But yeah, she seems to be moving around more robotically, but just going about her regular class routine.
Still follow her until she goes back to her own dorm room.
Okay. In the meantime, meeting back up with
Breakfast Club? Or
well, whoever's going with Gargan to go meet Wilda.
That would be me.
All right. All right. So.
I was almost killed by these creatures, so I definitely am interested.
All right. So yeah, you go to meet up with her. Hello, Master Gargan. I was able to find quite a bit about these creatures. They most assuredly are the real lightning beasts, thought to be extinct a century or so ago. However, they were only about 30 years old. That said, I found the remnants, some insects that had drawn blood from them. The blood found on those matched a few other creatures that were long thought to be extinct.
Such
The only
as?
thing just a few to name, but a few. But effectively, I would have to say these creatures almost traveled through time to get here.
Well, that's not unsettling.
Yes. It was certainly not what I was expecting. That said, you and your comrades did serve amiably. And everything just froze. There we go. I will see to it that you are paid in kind. So that's the right one. Yes.
Do you know of any magic in use today that could cause any kind of like time rift like that?
Nothing that I can think of immediately. The fact that we disposed of the bodies of the viper squirrels, so it is possible they too had traveled through time, which is something I had not actually considered at the time. At any rate, and she hands you a small chest. Opens it, and it's a huge stack of coin. For your troubles, 400 gold for your party.
That is most generous. Thank you.
I will also see to it that your stipends are all increased to at least 25 gold pieces apiece.
We really appreciate that. Thank you.
I do wish I had more information. It's certainly something to look into. I will reach out if I do find any other details for you.
Well, we look forward to any new information you may have. Was there anything else we could do for you today?
No. You and your comrades should most assuredly, as all students should, for the next day or two, lay low.
Well, if you've heard about the recent excitement with Kurt, I think everyone is laying low anyway.
Good. Again, Mr. Gargan, I look forward to seeing you in class, and to your comrade and your party in general, my gratitude.
I'm sorry I hadn't introduced myself before. My name is Quark.
A pleasure to meet you.
And the one last thing, week preparatory studying for a spell that it sounds like you were going to.
Yes.
Perhaps something I could put in my spell book.
Yes, if that is something you're interested in, I'll see you
Very much so.
tomorrow. I'll be in the Arcana room promptly at 9 a.m. and I will be there until 5 o'clock, less a brief meal break at some point. But for the most part, I'll be there all day. We can go over the preparations and the study then. Should not take more than a day or two, putting a few hours time into it to get the preparations and the materials.
I will be there enthusiastically.
Good. Very well. Good day then.
Thanks again.
How heavy is the chest?
The chest was just there so she had a way to hide what was in it. She basically just gave you the sack of coin.
Oh, okay.
I mean, Derek can carry that for the group pretty easily. So if we need worried about that, Derek went there because he wanted to learn more about the animals, anyways. Because he doesn't care about the magical properties of them, but he does care about learning how to skin things like that.
Okay. So yeah.
So now he knows where his homework lies.
Yep. Saul, you continue to follow Sandra. She goes about her usual routine and gets through the night. Taking you into the next morning then, unless anybody had anything else they needed before then?
Well, I thought maybe if at all possible we should meet up and divvy up.
We can probably do that in the morning before we go for breakfast.
And this time stuff is definitely a message to Martin.
I think we should definitely meet in the mess hall one more time, because also I feel that Sandra might slip up if I keep following her for a few more days, because something's suspicious about her. Clearly.
She's clearly affected by what happened to Kurt.
So yeah, follow her for a while longer is a good idea.
But my real question is, what's happening with Clemis?
Oh,
Like,
that's a good question.
If we're gonna run out of time to help him, then this would have been all for nothing. Oh, it's kind of like a double-edged knife, right?
If with the thief being caught, shouldn't Clemis be exonerated?
That might be why
wasn't
she's
necessarily caught.
Oh, I thought she also. Oh, sorry. Go ahead. I thought she was implicating that he was also behind the swapping of the gems, because a few of the people who had stuff stolen also had gems swapped as well.
That hadn't actually been implicitly applied. It was that he was providing liquor, and that liquor was getting into the dorms, and that there was some items that had gone missing.
Well, the whole liquor thing clearly wasn't him. They've raided Clem or Curtis's, so that should exonerate him from that, right? Couldn't even speak.
I think you're going to have to expose Flynn if you want to exonerate Clemens. That's a whole other ball of wax.
Yeah, I haven't managed to catch it doing anything other than, I mean, he was obviously involved in the alcohol thing, but that's temporarily shut down at least.
Yeah. But you could easily just say, we know that the alcohol was going to Curtis, so...
Well, Kurt was buying the liquor.
Or Kurt was buying it, so... And there was clearly a way that they were sneaking kids into the sophomore room dorms, right?
Yeah, they had another one of the sophomores getting them in.
I just had a realization. So, like, if Curtis is actually, sorry, not Curtis. What's it called?
Kurt.
No, the other one.
Clemis.
Clemis. That's it. So if Clemis was actually at fault for the alcohol thing, why should we exonerate him?
Oh, he wasn't. We don't know if he was at fault. He's saying that he was innocent.
We're learning that Flynn almost certainly is involved.
Yeah, Flynn was involved,
and Clemens may not have been as bad as just portraying him to be.
But so for now, there's no proof you're going to catch on Flynn because he's effectively shut the operation down with all the scrutiny.
And it's also looked like what's her name? I just forgot. She was saying it was Sandra. She was blaming him right away for everything because he did. Well, he would have the motive and the opportunity. Well, not the motive, the opportunity to do it. But now she's kind of freaking out. I wonder if this is going to blow up in her face. That's what she's afraid of. She was she told Lisbeth that it was him and was very persuasive about that it was him.
Her brother.
Yeah, and putting out that she was saying that she was going to try and get her brother in.
Yeah.
That's kind of evidence that she's kind of behind trying to incriminate him. And he's possibly completely innocent. I'm not going to say he's completely innocent because we don't know that 100%, but we know that he's not as guilty as she's saying that he is.
Even that is just word of mouth that we have no proof on. Like, I overheard her say that, but you're not going to get her to admit it.
She might if she's this stressed out and not sleeping. Because she
would be to find someone to report this to, have them hide and confront Sandra and have her like confess all this in a mess.
So considering this was all supposed to be the faculty investigating it and looking into it, the only person you've had a connection with to report anything to at this point would be Miss Faunhopper.
Yeah, well, you'd have to talk to Miss Faunhopper about it. I don't know how well she is about sneaking. Clearly better than most of us.
Are we gonna do this Phoenix Ace Attorney style? Like have Miss Faunhopper stay away and then confront Sandra with all the evidence?
If we can get more evidence, it probably
First
would hurt.
step is to let Miss Faunhopper know what you know.
And then see if she wants us to investigate further.
That sounds good.
Okay.
That seems like the best course that we have right now with the information that we have. Because we haven't found anything incriminating anybody else about these. We only know of, 2 people that had stuff go missing? We haven't really followed up to find out.
One person technically that had stuff go missing.
Oh, okay. And we haven't been able to find
and then
anybody
the
else.
gems were technically being swapped at Kurt's, and while he was supplying things that he had paid for.
Yeah. And we were told that there was a few students that said that it was Clemis that did it. So if we could find those other students, we might be able to figure it out. But
they said there were multiple items.
Oh, multiple items. They didn't say multiple people. We could ask around to see if anybody's had stuff missing from their dorms.
Again,
do we want
to wait? The only person you would get, unless you're going to ask all 700-800 students, you'd have to get a list of who and what, and the only person you have a connection for that is Miss Faunhopper.
If she knows anything.
Okay, so
are we starting a middle investigation in the middle of
investigation? Yes.
Yeah.
Well, what you have is Faunhopper. It seems like all you're really going to be doing is validating her own belief that he's being treated unfairly, and that alone will probably open up some thoughts about it. And that's all you're really wanting to do at this point.
She could also be holding something back because we never asked.
Yeah, but I think, I think that's the way to go to.
So, Saul, if you check with her in the morning.
Yeah, but is anyone still gonna follow Sandra since I'm busy with Miss Faunhopper?
We could.
I mean, I don't think we're going to get anything else from the guy I've been stalking. I can take a shift on her.
Maybe have Sybil and Pell follow her.
Okay, you know where to find her as of 3 p.m. So.
Well, we know if we get up early enough that we can follow her throughout the day. We know she gets up at around 6. If she gets up later, then we know there is something off because she did.
Well, no, it was she didn't come out until 8.
Oh, she didn't come out until 8.
Saul was out there until at 6, but she didn't come out of the dorms until 8.
No, we know that she usually comes out at 8, goes for breakfast, leaves about, I'd say, 9, 10-ish.
Yeah, about 9, and then heads over to the prayer hall.
Prayer hall. So we know where she would normally be, unless she goes out of town on a quest or something. Or out of the school, sorry. And the fact that she showed up early for lunch this time is a little suspicious, so that's...
I mean, I'll follow her. That's a good enough start to a trail.
Okay.
I'll try to get to outside of her dorm somewhere around 7:30 because I don't like early mornings. But if she doesn't normally show up till 8, I'll get out there a little early and start practicing shuffling my new playing cards and dropping them all over the place.
Okay, a stealth and a perception, and then before we get to that, we'll go through Saul checking in with Miss Faunhopper.
Perception is on par for the night.
Okay. You do notice her come out, because when she comes out, there's not a lot of people, and you do know what she looks like. And yeah, you're able to follow her.
She keeping to the normal routine.
Normal routine, goes for breakfast, goes to the prayer hall.
Okay.
Saul, checking in with Miss Faunhopper.
Expediency, I'm going to just list off the things I'm going to ask her.
Yeah.
So, first off, we're going to ask about what went missing and who lost them. And does she know that we're doing this investigation?
I know you. I don't know if you've actually mentioned it to her.
Okay. Are the rest of everyone else also okay with me telling her about it? Just making sure.
Yeah, I think it just, from my perspective, the Faunhopper thing was really more this, her concern about a colleague being unfairly accused, and now you have reason to believe there's a reason why he was being unfairly accused, and I think that's what she's going to be most interested in, as opposed to the petty thefts and stuff. This is that much bigger accusation of supplying the alcohol to the students, and this constant defaming him publicly. And I think she's sympathetic to Clemens, and will be very interested in she'll probably know more about this brother faculty member.
Okay. I'll explain the situation. I'll explain our suspicions. And I'll also bring up that we think Sandra is involved in all this because she's been very disturbed by a situation with Kurt. And that she was also the one most vehemently against. Actually, no, I mean vehemently for. Why do I always forget his name? It's Clemis.
Clemis is your dorm advisor / security.
So she's the one who is the most vehemently for Clemis being responsible for basically everything. But it was clear that that was a lie. So why is she so set on slandering Clemis, basically? And I'll ask for what she said about Clemis, and also possibly that she might know something more about Kurt.
Okay. So yeah, meeting up with Miss Faunhopper. You see she is not in her usual chipper mood when you come in. She too looks a little on edge, but does pick up a little bit when she sees you. Oh, Miss Riviera, it is lovely to see you again. You're not in trouble, are you? And are you basically just reiterating everything we just said? Saul?
Thinking, sorry. Yeah.
Okay.
Sure.
So she'll go over, you see her. Oh. She will say, she will inform you of 3 things. 1. Sandra's older brother is Sebastian, who is a former graduate from here as well. Who, when Clemis was first named as the dorm advisor, Sebastian was the next in line. He was just beat out by Clemis for the position.
Wait, Sebastian is not even in the school anymore? Why?
Clemis what?
You
Sebastian
said
graduated.
Sebastian...
Yeah,
but
Clemis graduated as well. He applied for a position here after he graduated, as did Sebastian. They both applied for the same position, and Clemis got the job.
Sorry, I thought Clemis was still attending school. Never mind. Okay.
No. Okay. Next, she will inform you that Lizbeth is technically the only person who reported anything stolen, but Sandra was with her and was at many times speaking for her.
Okay.
And directing the accusations towards Clemis.
Yes, okay. Even more proof that she was slandering him.
Yeah, because that's not suspicious.
She will, in fact, state with that she will go to Lancel and put this information, and certainly that she has hinted at suggesting to her brother that the position will soon be open, and that certainly that Clemis, if they can check with Lizbeth and confirm that whether or not she believes that Clemis is the thief, if she doesn't, then that pretty much voids 90% of the charges. And they will go from there. As far as Kurt goes, you can see she does not want to say a lot about it. The only thing she will say is, he is alive, recuperating, and waiting to speak before the disciplinary board.
So wait, do we have enough evidence to believe that like Sandra has something to do with Kurt?
I mean, she knew that the position was going to be open 2 days before he was basically beat to shit.
No. You're confusing Kurt and Clemis.
Oh, my bad.
Sandra was the one with a grudge against Clemis. She just happened to be frequently in Kurt's parties, so she knew the alcohol was getting in.
Okay, so we have reason to believe she knows how the alcohol is getting into the dorms.
Yes.
All right, so then I'll make sure to mention this to Miss Faunhopper, and also like our reasoning, basically like the fact that she was so insistent on it, and that she was involved enough with Kurt and his parties to have reasonable suspicion to believe that she knows how this is happening.
You can see that as you lay this out before her face, that is usually this kind, sweet woman, at least anytime you deal with her, looks like somebody who's about to strangle someone.
Is that me?
No, you can see her. It's
an important question.
Thank you, my dear. I will speak with Lancel and see that this is dealt with promptly and properly. I will need some time to deal with this. I do hope to speak with you later. In the meantime, have yourself a lovely day. And you can see she just flips a sign over her desk that says, "Come back, I'll see you when I care."
Oh, I need a sign like that at my desk.
Me too.
Come back when I care.
That is the perfect IT desk sign. Like,
well, I'm in IT. So that tracks.
Stomps up the stairs to go wherever she's going. What did we say? Noon was when you would be able to go and meet up with Lazar?
Yeah, something like that.
All right.
Yeah, and
so meeting. Yep. Whoever's going, it's just over by the Wizard's Tower. He's going to meet you outside of it.
Yeah, I'd probably go. And
I probably, if we were going to meet him at noon, I probably would have gone to Wilda at 9.
Yeah, I'll go just to help carry whatever he's got in store for us.
We already visited Wilda yesterday.
She'll let you know that she can do this in pieces parts over the next 2 days going over. So at the end of classes, 5 p.m. the next day, you'll be able to scribe the spell into your book.
Okay.
I just need to know which one of the two it is.
It will be comprehend languages.
Okay. What
So
you
who's
get?
going with me then?
Oh, I'll go with you too.
Oh, okay. It's just like if we're going around 12, I don't know.
No, I figured I have a 3-hour window to talk to her and then join you to do the pickup.
I'm going to stay on the mark.
Lazar meets you and brings out a small sack of coin and another small rectangular box that he opens up and shows you 3 potions. He's like, I will provide 3 healing potions. Well, technically they're provided by Quincy and the rest of the religious incline. For our joint thanks to you, 320 gold pieces, and just holds out a small little, almost like the size of just a little tiny thing. You hear a little jingle. He opens up a few gems. I can assure you these are real.
That was my next question.
So what you'll see in the party treasure, if you look, you now have 4 healing potions, a white pearl, an unidentified axe, and then 2 unidentified gems. Well, 3. One is 2 of the same, and one is 1 of a single.
Did you say I could do Arcana check for some of those identified?
You tried with the axe already. You couldn't figure out what the runes were. But you can try and make a intelligence check for the gems.
I mean, I could check the runes. I got a ritual for comprehend languages.
Runes aren't technically a language like that.
Yeah, you might be able to understand what the words mean, but it wouldn't mean you know what the axe does.
Okay.
You could make an Arcana check to try and get it, though.
It cuts things.
Try.
All right. All right. So you do identify the 2 amethysts.
I'll try for the axe. So Arcana, right?
Yep. I'm gonna let you know you need a 19.
Oh,
Can any of us just do an Arcana check?
What was that?
Can any of us do an Arcana check, or do we have to be proficient?
You have to be proficient.
Ah, okay.
Soul
I got
gets it
Jack of all-
because of Jack of all trades.
Yeah, that's why I was asking, because I knew she had Jack of all trades, so I was like, maybe.
I was just, if I got a 15, that would have been enough. But no, I got
Yeah.
11.
You got a
Okay.
lot.
Derark,
Yes.
I will also let take a intelligence check to try and identify the last gem. Based on your background and knowledge, and no.
Yeah, not happening. Still working on jewelry crafting. Still working on that.
But yeah, collectively you have that lot, a ton of gold right now. So if you're splitting this, how are you splitting this if you are for the items? Or would you be selling the amethyst?
I'd probably say we give the amethyst to Derek for like when we need him to make equipment or something like that. You'd be able to do it, I think.
Eventually, I'll hang on to them until I'm proficient.
Okay. All right, so you get that. The pearl.
Would Gargan be able to use
Well,
it?
I was going to say that should go to Gargan.
Yeah.
Okay. And the 4 healing potions.
Well, I have a potion of healing in mine. Who doesn't have one?
Wait, that pearl's 100 gold?
Who doesn't
Yep.
have the ability to heal? That's the question.
Well, there's 3 of us that can heal. Me, Soul, and Zin.
Now I've got an ability to heal myself once at
Yeah,
least.
self-heal, but
Clark, Pel,
if
and
you
Guard
just-
are the only ones that can't heal themselves at all.
I
So
have
they-
one potion already.
So Quark and Gargan probably should have 2 potions on hand.
and we'd probably give one to Pel. Like, he likes to stay away from combat, but if he gets hit or
Right.
surprised by a trap or something, it'd be good to have some way to heal himself.
If I
Okay.
do get caught, my negative constitution is going to show itself real bright.
Yeah. Now we just have one left.
Yeah.
I suppose one of the healers just holding on to it to use it on somebody if we can.
Yeah,
Yep.
that makes sense.
All right.
At that point, I
So-
don't care who it goes to.
Sol, Zen, or Indrakii?
Give it to
Maybe-
Zin. She's
I was
she's
gonna say Zen, yeah.
she's frontline. So she's more likely to get hurt.
I
Yeah,
think
and I
she's
have
got the
enough-
lowest of the hit points for the frontliners.
No, I do.
Well,
But
you're
I
like
have a lot.
You're like a midline.
Well, I have like 2 healing spells anyways to be able to use on myself, so
All right.
And if you guys want, I can part with one of the pearls to identify the sacks.
I mean, if you want to. The other option I was thinking was figure out if we
I could
could find
hold on to
somebody in the
that.
school to identify it.
I mean, yeah, we could
There-
always pay for that to be identified in school. Also, like the sparkling clear gem, is that still unidentified?
Yep.
Now, here's the thing, though. If it's going to cost the same to use one of the pearls as to get it identified, is it like, does it really matter at that point?
Well, I'm wondering if like Gargon or one of you guys that does magic classes could take it to class and see if we could get like a discounted rate as using it as something to cast.
Yeah. I'll,
The
So
spell
important to
on.
identify right now.
I could bring it to Wilda tomorrow and just almost ask as a favor for a quick identify.
Now, this axe that we have, does it have any like details on it that I'd be able to like search up in the library on
Yeah.
with my
you could
history
try-
check? Maybe if like I've read something like if it has runes, there's got to be something.
Yeah, you could try and look up a book of runes to see if you could match them up.
You could try that and then see what we can get from that. If we're just going to wait anyways, so we can just read up on it.
And Gargan, you would know that it would be at least 75 gold to have someone identified in class.
Mhm.
And that's if they're doing it through skills. If they have to use a spell themselves, it's going to be 120. Basically for the use of the spell, plus they would have to use a pearl themselves.
All right.
Okay.
All right. So my plan is if it hasn't been identified and we're planning to, go out on any type of adventure, we'll identify it before then so we know what we got.
Like I was saying, we could look up the Book of Runes.
Yeah, let's try all those other things first.
And on that, I think we'll call it there.
Okay.
Okay. So yeah, we'll meet again in 2 weeks. Great session, everybody. I'm gonna
Fantastic.
leave that server open in case anybody needs to make notes. And I'll be in touch with a few of you throughout the next 2 weeks just to go over a few things. In the meantime, have a good night.
All right. Thanks again. Good night, everyone.
Good.
This was fun.
Night.
Take care.
Right.
Bye.